All right. Hey there, everybody. How's everybody doing? No, I need to go this way. No, I need to go that way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a little bit better. Okay, now I'm facing the camera. Okay, very good. We have Cyber 3819 saying hi and asking what's up. And Daniel Sharafi. Okay, Daniel Sharafi saying hey, Duck. Bob Fish saying hi. And Tomo Like Pie saying hi. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone. And here we go. Tomo Like Pie getting us started. 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10 what?
Don't know.
It just said 1 out of 10 on my strip.
Yep, I see that.
The business mouse says, hey, first time here and early. Thank you. That's nice. Number 3 with a crown. What does that mean, Robert?
That means that he's the third most active person in chat for this live stream.
Oh, for this live stream.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just getting started, so hey, yeah, keep it up. Keep it up. Gato Laranja says, is that a clapping emote?
Or is it the wave?
It's a wave?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Cool. Love your shorts, Cyber says. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the shorts get, shorts get about 1.5 million views a month. So yeah, there's a lot of people that love those shorts. So we're doing good on shorts. We just need to do better on the long form videos, give you better content. Oh, there's Toma Like Pie, Prime subscription for 3 months. There we go. Appreciate that. And Big Diddley subscribed with Prime. 2 out of 10. 2 folks right out of the gate subscribed with their Prime subscription, and that is very much appreciated. I do appreciate that. J-Rod the Pleasure Hook. Okay, howdy. First time checking out the live. Love the videos. They've helped a lot. Well, that's cool. That is really cool. Okay, we've got 23 people in YouTube and 11 in Twitch so far. So YouTube is just shellacking Twitch right now. So that's kind of interesting. We usually see them about even a little later on when we get going. So I'm gonna head down here. No, I'm still in the office. Got my doggo in the background there. We've got Ping Players banner. I'm doing it with my bent finger, so it looks like I'm pointing out the window. No, we got Ping Players up there, and you get 35% off if you use Duck35 for your code. Toma Like Pie says, would love to join, but I'm at the office on Tuesday most of the time. That's great. Yeah, even leaving us on silent in the other monitor, that's good too. So appreciate you being here. A lot of people end up watching the live streams while they're at work. I've noticed that a lot. So good for you. That's we keep it clean. We won't embarrass you at all by anything we say if people hear it out loud. So yeah, appreciate you being with us. All righty. J Rod says, I've been trying to build a big city with big storage, but I'm having a hard time figuring out where to get started. Just got to the trains. Well, you get started basically by making sure you build on the world grid, and you build your individual factories. Like if you're in the Dune Desert, you build individual factories where you've got nodes, and then you let the factories just kind of grow together. And as they grow, and as you need more machines and you need more space, eventually, if you build on the world grid, all of those will can connect if they get close enough to each other, and then you build upward from there. So um, hopefully that's a good way to get started. Gaston Dwarven Pilot says hello, everyone. Okay. Also watching the stream while working. Well, that's cool. I appreciate that. Okay. Major Pain OG redeemed first. Okay. Very good.
Glad you're here first.
Yep. And Major Pain. Boy, I remember that out of a movie. So can't remember which movie it was, but it was worth remembering, but I don't remember the name. So that was good. All right. Well, let's go ahead and go to the game. And I'm the Saxy Man. I hope that means you play saxophone a lot. I said this last week, but thanks for all your help with manifolds. I was able to complete phase 5 last night. Ooh, great. What an accomplishment. That is really good. This weekend, the lever is getting pulled. What do you do after you beat the game? Oh, the movie's called Major Pain. That's why I couldn't remember it. Okay. All righty. But wasn't it spelled Payne as in the name Pain? But he was a pain in the movie anyway. So I can't remember exactly, but very good. So what do you do after you beat the game? Either you just keep on playing because you've got all of the tools unlocked. You've got Mark 6 belts. You've got Mark 6 lifts. You've got, Mark 3 miners. You've got all the big tools already unlocked. And then you can just keep on building bigger and bigger, and then building fancier if you want. Or you can just start over in a different territory from where you first started. It gives you a totally different perspective on the game when you start in a new territory. I've kind of done both. I've kind of delayed unlocking phase 5 so I could play with all the tools instead of unlocking phase 5. In fact, my biggest build was not unlocking phase 5, but just keeping on with the world. So Mr. Penguin is here. Donate 1,000 bits. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Yep, Major Pain, Payne was the name of the movie. Yep. Very good. Adrastea redeemed Butterfinger. Oh, I didn't get any Butterfingers.
Duh. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Can I substitute Oreo cookies? Is that okay? I'll substitute Oreo cookies.
The Oreos are delicious, by the way.
You keep your cotton picking hands off.
We don't use that term anymore, Doc.
I'm sorry. Yes, I shouldn't use that term anymore. That's the term that was used when I was a kid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll keep my hands on.
And I was a kid a couple days ago, so,
Adrastea says cookies are good.
Okay, cookies are good. I got 3 cookies here sitting ready to go. Okay, Doc, what's up? My power plant finally stabilized. It's not even using half the compacted coal I'm feeding into it, and the trucks are even coming back with leftovers. I have 38 coal generators, and my first real power setup is producing about 5,000 megawatts of energy. Well, that's good. 5 gigawatts is pretty good for that part of the game. Also sent Robert something cool I built. a road coming out of the factory that looks really awesome.
I have to agree with that. It was a cool picture.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Okay. Good morning. My name is Adam. Said, any reason my Mark 6 belts don't load into my blueprints while the supports do? Boy, that's a bug I haven't heard yet. Interesting.
That should work, yeah. At least in the past, I've used Mark 6 blueprints, conveyors on blueprints.
Okay, but I do have the materials. I'm very new to using blueprints. Have you unlocked Mark 6 belts yet? If you haven't unlocked them, they won't load into the blueprint when you try to use it. If the blueprint is saved with something you haven't unlocked, it just won't load that part. So that's one thing to check out. Just finished my recent playthrough. It was disappointingly short. So I'm doing the next 25x space parts challenge to make it fair. I set 25% power requirements plus all pure nodes. Okay. Yeah, to offset the more space elevator parts. That works. That definitely works. Okay. Well, let's go check on something. What I'm doing now is I'm getting things set up to make make a very large aluminum factory. So, well, I missed that. Okay, so I have bauxite coming in on this one here, this one, and this one. I have something else coming in on Caterium. I have Caterium coming in on this one. And then the next two over there, I have bauxite. So I have 3 actual conveyors bringing bauxite into this area. So I'm going to go ahead and cut off this belt here. And actually, let's start from the other side. I'll put that belt back in. Oh, no.
Doc,
Ada.
banned from using conveyors for 30 minutes by Mark.
Oh,
Try to find a way to be productive anyway.
You know. Okay. Mark.
Yeah, he donated right at the end of the last stream and just,
And of course, leave it to you to remember it. Mark isn't here.
Oh, that's okay.
We have people just kind of let it slip under the radar.
We have people here who want to keep you honest, I'm sure.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go on the upper floor and start building out the manifolds then, because I can still make machines.
One Metal Fist says, one thing I really want is to remove all these Mark 1 pumps. I need almost 50 just to lift the water, and they're terrible.
Yeah.
I'd rather use water trucks, but they unlock way too late. So
yeah,
for now, I'll settle for Mark 2 pipes and pumps.
Okay.
Next, I'm finally distributing iron and building my first basic factories. And now it sounds crazy that I built the power plant before the base, but the energy had to come first.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, okay, so I need to make the alumina solution first, because in making the aluminum ingots, you need to make the aluminum scrap. In order to make the aluminum scrap, you have to make have alumina solution and coal. And in order to make the alumina solution, you have to, this is where you do the bauxite and the water. Okay, so the first step is the bauxite and water in the whole process. So bauxite and water. Oh, wait a minute. Let me check something here. I've got hard drives being scanned. I got a bunch of hard drives. And if audience, if you could help me remember to keep putting a new hard drive in here, I would really appreciate it. So this has got to rescan them. I'm looking for anything to do with aluminum as an alternate recipe, and I'm just not getting it so far. So I need to keep scanning hard drives. So the first thing is the alumina solution. I have 600 worth of water coming up here in these two pipes, and I will have the bauxite coming up here as soon as I can make conveyors. So I'm going to put the manifold right going down here where I can use these two pipes here. So I think I need a refinery for that. Let's just check right quick.
Lexi says hello. Or at least Lexi waves.
Hi there. Alumina solution. Okay, yes, I need the bauxite and I need the water. The bauxite is going to come into that porthole, and probably 3 more or 2 more beside it. So that'll come out there and the water will come out here. So I'll put the refineries starting here. I like refineries because they are really narrow. They are really narrow. They only take up a little bit more than 1 block, which is pretty neat. So I'm going to put it right on that line. And I'm going to tell this one what I want to make. And aluminum.
So Adam, who was having the weird Mark 6 bug, said that they do have everything unlocked. It's just an unfortunate bug, it seems like. And Steve is now building a megalopolis in the Dune Desert. And he's been laying out a big mainline road and a new false ground that goes underneath everything.
Wow.
So, I know earlier, Doc, you were looking for some alt recipes and you're disappointed that you didn't have them unlocked yet. Are you going to spend some time to try to get those unlocked? Or
yeah, I just went over there and I've got 13 hard drives. So, yeah, I just started a new hard drive over there.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't have to go hunting for them. At this point, I just have to keep scanning them. So if everybody can keep reminding me to scan the next one, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, my restriction here is the water. And so this is 45 per minute. I have Mark II pipes, so they'll do 600 apiece. And I've got enough water coming in that I should have 600 water coming in, so that for each pipe. So that should be no problem. So I've got 1,200 of water. And how many machines can I do for that? All right, I can do 27 machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's do a 10th one. And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to save myself some time.
Cookie Plays says, there's so much stuff. How am I going to do all this?
One stuff at a time.
One stuff at a time.
Yep.
Okay. Sure. And Spencer Wright is here, says, good morning, Doc and family.
Good morning. Okay, this will let me put down 4 at a time. Good. So I'm going to just save this one as 4 refineries. And save it. And clear the blue printer. And
One Metal Fist says, Doc, these are probably the two alt recipes you're looking for. Sloppy Alumina,
Yep.
the one that uses the mixer and simplifies the aluminum solution setup, and Electrode Aluminum Scrap that uses petroleum coke to make aluminum scrap. Together they make the production change much cleaner and skip annoying parts. But I don't think you have the blender unlocked yet, do you?
No.
Yeah.
Don't have the blender unlocked. So One Metal Fist has the reminder there, sitting there, ready for me to do a new... Let's see if this one's done quite yet. This one still has 4 minutes left, so... All right, I have 10. Oh, well, one thing that my 4 refineries does not have is it does not have the recipe in them.
Pioneer, hydration level suboptimal. Ingest water.
Okay. I'll grab my monster here. Haven't opened it yet. And, oh, yes. Good stuff. Good stuff.
And that came from Captain Breakin' Wind. Daniel Sharafi asked, was that a mod?
What? In particular? You mean Ada talking?
Probably.
That is some vibe coding that allowed Robert to copy Ada's voice and play it anytime he wants.
So it's a Coffee Stain used one of Google's voices, or no, it's a Microsoft voice, text-to-speech voice, and they just added some filters on it, and we had a member of our community. That's backwards.
Yes. All that work.
Press R. Or hold Control. We had a member of our community help tune it to sound very close to what Ada sounds like in game, and then we could just play it.
Well, since I don't want to flip it around, obviously I need to do it from this side. In spite of my desire to make sure I had them flip the right direction, I didn't.
We have first-time chat from Darth Kitty.
Darth Kitty? Ooh, Darth had a cat pet?
Apparently. Hey, Doc. Hey, chat. Hope y'all have a nice day. Funny, just doing my aluminum setup right now.
All right.
With the recipes, One Metal Fist mentioned, you can use one refiner to sloppy alumina, another one electrode aluminum scrap, and one blueprint, so no fluid balancing issues. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, for some reason I just hadn't gotten any aluminum based recipes, which really kind of surprised me that I'll have aluminum unlocked and I can't do aluminum based recipes. Oh, come on.
Doc, you gotta get some distance when you're placing stuff. You place it like right in front of your nose.
Oh, you keep laughing.
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I go to place the blueprint from this side, and it's faced the wrong way. I go to the opposite side to go place the blueprint, and it's faced the wrong way.
Exactly.
What kind of demon is possessing me that I can't get this right?
Okay. because blueprints pace in place respective to your character, not to the world.
Okay.
So when you flip yourself around,
When I flip myself around, if it's based on the character, it would have been
Sorry.
facing the same
I
direction.
said it incorrectly. It's based on the world, not on your character. You can change this option in the menu if you'd like, so you can get used to it being upside down. But
So I can get used. Now, see, now they're faced the right direction this time.
sure.
And you want me to be farther away? No, they're
They're
not
not.
faced.
I'm sorry, Doc. I really am. Bookie says, how do you select the whole blueprint?
To delete it, when you're hitting, okay, when you're in delete mode here I'm going to delete. If you hit the R, just like any other mode, you can go to default mode and blueprint mode. It works the same as you know, when you're placing conveyor belts, you go to default or straight or curved. It's the same mechanic there, that lets you delete a whole blueprint versus a single machine. So hopefully that helps.
Mm-hmm. Giuseppe has a great question.
Yeah.
He says, I need advice on Satisfactory. Whenever I start a world around 250 hours in, I get burnt out. Any tips on not getting burnt out since it's such a long game?
You can vary the things that you're doing in the game. Okay. You can vary the things that you're doing in the game, such as going out and hunting for Mercer Sphere. Oh,
Oh, it's off, Doc. It's off.
it is off, yes. And when I reached up to do the arrow key while holding the control key, I accidentally put my hand on the left mouse button.
Ah, okay.
And one thing that Robert discovered as we were playing is that I don't have a blueprint of any foundations. But if I go to delete mode, notice this? It's going to delete the entire foundation. So anything that you zoop, anything that you zoop, whether it's just one row of 10 or whether you've got infinite zoop, which is what I have, that's why I can go two directions. If you put it in blueprint mode while you're deleting, it will delete the entire zooped area, which I think is way cool. But
Bacon's theory on that was an infinite zoop thing specifically.
You don't think it'd do it without infinite zoop?
Yeah, I haven't tested it without infinite zoop.
Okay.
So, but...
So I'm going to get these 4 refineries down here if it kills me. See, now they're facing me just fine.
Because it remembers what you do with it.
Oh no, she's talking to me again.
And scan hard drive at earliest opportunity.
Okay.
Thank
you for the other reminder.
That's just the reminder that One Metal Fist sent out.
Okay. Have you integrated that with? Have you been able to integrate it with Twitch yet?
No,
not yet.
Still doing it manually.
And coated iron canister and rubber concrete. I don't want rubber concrete. I want concrete that's hard, solid, not rubberized.
You want to rescan?
Yeah, I'm going to rescan that. And a sloppy alumina. Yes.
Huzzah.
Now that gets, and it's the same formula, isn't it? It's not, it's still adding water and bauxite, just gives you a better amount because it's water and bauxite, 4.5 water and 3. Wow. Less water. And it eliminates the it eliminates the silica.
Yeah.
So I don't have to deal with the silica. I can just route the alumina solution. Yes.
Yeah, because you need silica later But that's why you use the second alt recipe to remove that silica as well.
Oh, well, we will look for that recipe. See, I still have, 12 hard drives. I'm scanning one. I've got 11 more. So I've got plenty of hard drives to scan. All right. But now I have, how many of these things do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22.
Mm-hmm.
And my limiter, 22 at this point. And my limiter was the water. It's still using 45 per minute.
You haven't changed it to the new recipe.
Because I haven't changed it. Thank you, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate you noting how dumb I can be at times.
Bryn Reeve is here. Says, good day, Duck and Robert. Hope you had a great week since last stream.
We had a great, tiring week. Yes. That shop will get done if it kills me.
It will kill him.
It will. Okay, and 50 per minute on the water, so I got to recalculate that. Uses more water, uses more, so bauxite becomes a limiter, but I think I've got plenty of bauxite coming up. I still think I'm limited to the 1200 water, but I've got 3 conveyors worth of bauxite coming up at 480 per minute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to calculate that. Okay.
Limp Doodle is on a 60 stream watch streak.
Wow.
It says, fun fact for the number 60, ancient Babylonians used a base 60 sexagesimal numerical system, which is why we divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds.
I was wondering where that 60 came from. Because it didn't make any logical sense that you divide the day into 24 and the, half the day into 12, and then we got this number 60. Other than the fact that, 12 goes into 60 pretty nice, but, yeah.
As much as I absolutely recognize that the metric system has its it has its advantages over other systems, base 12 is just so nice. You can divide into 3 and 4 real easy. You can, in 2, 3, and 4, it's just so much prettier.
Mm-hmm.
But it just doesn't
instead of base 10.
Yeah. So manual math is so much easier, but of course, digital math isn't as easy.
Yeah.
Without extra characters.
I like the idea. Yeah, with extra characters. Yeah, you got to remember what those characters are, but it would sure make computing a lot easier.
Yeah.
In base 12.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, you already have all the aluminum recipes you need. When you were scrolling through your recipes, I saw that with the new recipe, you now have everything required. You can also loop the water back into the machine and use a valve, still let fresh water come in, but reuse the recycled water too. I usually recommend setting the valve to around 150, and that keeps the aluminum loop running really well.
I don't know about that one.
And Toma asks,
that's right. That's One Metal Fist. He was trying to get me to do that last time I built an aluminum factory.
Uh-huh.
All right, I think I've got all those set. Robert, do I have a timer up there? No conveyors for another 9 more minutes?
Yeah. You chatted away the first 20.
I chatted away the first 20? I've been building refineries.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You were building and rebuilding your refineries at the time.
Man, I can't get a break from that guy. I can't get a break at all from that editor who seems to constantly want me to know my every failing. Should I fire him?
What?
Hey guys, weigh in on this. Should I fire him for the grief he gives me? You wouldn't get any videos anymore from me, but you know that's beside the fact.
You know, Doc, I could just mute you and turn this into the me stream.
Yeah, you could.
Limp Noodle wants me to make a poll for whether I should be fired or not. I'm not going to do that.
See what a rebellious editor he is. Yeah. Can you imagine what it was like raising him?
I was the perfect son.
Of course.
Megan Meaty Bacon Man says, I'll be your editor. Daniel Shirafi says, quick question, Doc. What's the first thing you should be doing when starting a new world in the desert?
Getting some iron mined. You know, when you say the first thing is really realistically get iron and get concrete completely ready, make iron plates. Because as soon as you unlock the first level of, you know, base building, you need to make foundations. So then you need to go quickly destroy your mines on those and put them on foundations based on the world grid, and then everything starts moving from there. And you just plagiarize utilize all of your mines in the desert there. Especially look for the coal, because there's two larger coal deposits in the Dune Desert. Because right around the corner you'll unlock coal. So you'll want to be understanding where those coal mines are. You might want to just put a miner on the coal and run it into a container so you can get a good jump start on your coal refineries. Look for your copper and start your copper wire going, and just move as fast as you can. But the thing that I like to do first is to really get base building unlocked so that I can get foundations built and start moving on that first.
System notice: liquid logistics have been deemed too efficient. To maintain viewer satisfaction, all pipe placement systems are now offline. Duration is 10 minutes. Please enjoy this opportunity to contemplate your dependency on basic infrastructure.
Okay.
That's courtesy of Major Payne.
Major Payne.
Yep.
He paid for that, huh?
Yep.
Oh, no pipes. Oh, ooh. Major Payne is living up to his name.
Mm.
Why can't I turn my splitters?
Because this is the output side, and therefore there's nothing to be turned.
And you let me do this, all 21 of these things, and you let me
What's wrong
put
with
them
your
all down?
Oh, because you don't need any output anymore. I'm not paying attention.
I'm not paying attention. He admits he's not paying attention. Oh no, not again.
Alignment of the spine improves alignment of the production line.
Okay.
And that comes courtesy of Mobby Day.
Okay, posture check. All right,
We're trying to turn that little chime into a PTSD trigger for Doc.
Yeah, it's almost there. How do I pick these whole things up and turn them around?
Huh?
How do I pick the entire manifold up and turn it around?
It's totally doable. You just have to do the same thing 22 times in a row.
Because see, I had this all nice and lined up so that I have the pipes here, you know, and then I wouldn't have to bring the pipes in front of the door, but I'm going to do it anyway.
So what you're saying is that when the blueprints were flipping around on you all the time, it was trying to tell you something.
Oh, go away. I'm going to have a cookie.
And Bobby Nay just subscribe with Prime. Bryn Reeves says, I just finished an 8-hour Satisfactory slog, rebuilt my production of 3,000 iron ingots into 14,400 pure iron ingots. May the great rebuild begin.
Very good. Very good.
So Bacon has a whole plan, by the way.
He has a whole plan.
As your new editor.
Okay.
He says, firstly, we'll do some channel rebranding. Everything will be repainted to neon pink and green. Doc will be required to wear a neon pink and green Pioneer outfit for every stream.
Okay, Robert, you're unfired.
As well as blinding disco lights will be on Redemption. And mandatory doggo petting every hour on the hour.
Okay.
Toma says, I need a new computer chair. Mine broke, so now I'm on an exercising balloon right now.
Ooh. An exercise ball, yeah, while it's good for the hips and abdomen, can get a little uncomfortable after a long stretch.
Maybe Robert was all right after all.
Maybe he was.
Frass asks, are you a real doctor or is it just the name?
Nope, I'm a real doc. Doctor of Management in Information Systems Technology. So I managed a lot of systems development teams, and with my work for Boeing, and then developed database structures, mostly database and data warehouse structures.
Strictly things that did not cause airplanes to crash.
Unless they couldn't buy the right parts. Because it all had to do with well. Okay, so it is right on that line, so that's fine. I can place it right on that line. And
Freckle White wonders how many nodes you're linking up to have that many machines to produce aluminum.
I have 4 water pumps producing all overclocked, producing 300 each. So there's my 1200 wire, 1200 water. And then I've got 3 pure bauxite nodes transporting. I've got it up to it's supposed to be 600 each, because I got Mark II miners on them right now, so they're at 600 each. But real throughput rate, because of the train ride, is about 500 to 540, somewhere in there. So it's a little over 1 belt, but yeah, it's acceptable. So all right. So this one's getting the sloppy alumina solution. Good. And it's going to be 12. I should have just done a blueprint. That's okay. I'll just delete a single one. Okay, blueprint time. And refineries. And, of course... Now, which end is pointed at me, Robert?
You should back up so you can see the top, because that's the part that matters.
I can't back up any further. I'm right up against...
Okay, well, just pointing it farther away tells you the story. The stack is towards you. Now the stack is towards you. Do you want the stack to be towards you? Yes. So now it's good.
Yeah. Anyway, anybody watched a great movie this last week they want to tell me about? I'm looking for a couple good movies to watch.
Carry Me Please says, good morning, Duck.
Good morning to you.
One Metal Fist says, Robert, I think you deserve a little revenge. After what Doc said about wanting to fire you, from now on, Doc has to move backwards only. Doesn't matter if he's flying, running, driving, or walking, everything has to be done backwards. Give him a few minutes to get ready, then start hunting him down.
And then start hunting him down.
So that's a 100 bits. So that's a 10-minute timer.
To do what?
You gotta walk backwards.
Oh, give me a break. Come on. Walking backwards? For one, you can't run backwards. Which puts me at the rate of a crawl, basically.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Doc is as real as Dr. Pepper and Dr. Seuss.
As real as Dr. Pepper and Dr. Seuss. Okay. That's an interesting one.
First time chat from Queen versus Barton says, do we think the coal patch at the top left of the map is better suited for power generation or steel production? It's not too far from my base. I want to develop it, but I don't know quite what to do with it.
Okay, what node is he asking for?
The coal up in on the shores northwest corner of the Rocky Desert. You know how you have to go down those cliff faces and there's a bunch down there?
Yes. Rocky Desert?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, facing the west.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I don't think I've ever used those, but what ones have I used when I've been in the Rocky Desert?
For the coal, we typically go to the center of the map. But up there are some iron nodes nearby.
Uh-huh.
So you could do steel production there. Honestly, I'd say power more than steel because I don't think there's enough iron to do a good balanced steel.
I have to walk backwards.
Uh-huh. Oh gosh. God, start it.
What direction is backwards?
It's... I don't know. Nothing funny came to mind. I'm sorry. But Saw Saddle said they watched Goodfellas last night.
Goodfellas.
And that's a classic by now. Linton will watch Odyssey in the theaters. Says it's amazing. Recommends seeing it in theaters because the sounds are so awesome.
Odyssey, huh?
And Freckle White watched Project Hail Mary.
I watched Hail Mary.
Really?
I was bored.
That's crazy. I've heard nothing but good about Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, I had heard nothing good, nothing bad about it either, and it was just boring. I mean, he's talking to a creature, you know? And then he ends up teaching little creatures at the end. I mean, oh, gee whiz.
Interesting.
Yeah. I didn't feel the plot was plausible. It was okay. But it just, I mean, for a 3-hour movie, it just moved slow. Just didn't keep me interested at all.
Wow. That's crazy.
And Mama Doc usually likes a good adventure too. I mean, we love watching the Mission Impossible series that Tom Cruise is doing, and good adventures like that. She likes the the 007 James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we like stuff like that, but when we're not watching our usual romance. But
Yeah.
but it just didn't do anything for us at all.
Huh.
Just didn't hit the mark.
Crazy.
Yeah. I was really surprised too, because as far as we were concerned, it was a dud.
I don't go to the theater very often, but I was almost gonna go for that. And would have been the first movie I've seen in the theater since like Star Wars Episode 7. And that was so bad it made me swear off theaters for nearly a decade.
Wow.
It wasn't intentional, it just happened, but Jesus Garcia says, what about Disclosure? It sounds really familiar.
I would really, really like a good Spielberg movie, but from what I understand, he doesn't get. And I've heard a lot of people just pan the movie that I watched. That a lot of the commentators, like Tim Pool and gosh, wears a beanie on his head. Jewish guy.
That's it. Whoa, where's a beat? Oh,
the Jewish guy.
I don't know.
You know who the Jewish guy is. You don't necessarily like him that much.
Oh, Shapiro?
Shapiro.
Oh,
Ben
okay.
Shapiro had nothing good to say about it either.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was just...
Which movie again?
Disclosure. Disclosure Day.
Oh, Disclosure Day. I don't know. I don't watch... You watch political commentators for movie stuff?
Well, they like to go to movies too,
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And it's... they just... For one, the disclosure doesn't happen until way at the end. And all the suspense is building as to whether or not they should disclose it. And
is it like an alien disclosure kind of thing?
Yeah, it's aliens. And should we tell the American public or the world about that we live amongst aliens? And then they don't disclose it till the last 15 minutes of the movie.
Oh.
So it's not an exploration of what happens when we decide that we're going to know that aliens are here and live amongst them. It's
supposed to be about the debate itself.
Yeah, it's just about the debate itself.
Yeah,
and that's not a typical way that I mean, Disclosure Day should have been right in his wheelhouse for a great movie. But it just okay.
Weird.
That's the criticism it's getting.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, Sauce says, I really disliked Disclosure Day. I just didn't understand the concept of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Bryn Reeve also says was more like a disappointment.
Mm-hmm. So. I mean, I've loved Spielberg and his work for a long time. And yeah, I'm definitely not used to seeing Spielberg get panned by anybody. Most people just really like his movies.
Well, I mean, Spielberg is also generally known for the kind of the action, adventure, family-friendly films, and that just doesn't sound quite like one.
Mm-hmm.
Much more cerebral.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach is here. He says, good morning, Doc and Rob. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Well, good to have you here.
Good to see you, Zach.
Among Us says, appreciate all you do, Doc. This has become my favorite day of the week. Pull up your stream and go. Only wish it was more often.
Well, it'll be more often again. We do need it to be more often.
Backwards, Doc. You have to walk backwards.
Oh, I forgot myself.
Thank you for the reminder, Freckle. And Shano's here.
Good.
Bryn says, I watched the end of Oak Street yesterday. Quite enjoyable, kind of like Land of the Lost, but it's more serious.
End of Oak Street. That one's... I've not heard of Oak Street before.
Yeah, me neither. One Metal Fist says, I could say he knows how to make action movies, especially when they're big, unrealistic, or over the top.
Yeah.
He's good at taking a scripted fictional story and making it entertaining. When it comes to realistic stories or satire based on real life, I don't think he has the right touch. When he takes something from reality, tries to give it a realistic opinion, I usually don't like the result.
Okay.
Interestingly, Captain Breckenwind mentions that he hasn't really liked a Spielberg movie since Catch Me If You Can. And that was a good movie. And it was based on real life. So it kind of is the opposite of his normal movie, but it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
I did enjoy that movie as well.
I loved Catch Me If You Can. And who was it? Matt Damon that played
No. It was Pumpkinhead.
Pumpkinhead. Okay.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
DiCaprio. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he actually did a good job in that one. So.
He did.
Not so much in Titanic, but
yeah. No, he did a great job as a character. And I actually have watched a couple of speeches by the guy the story was based on.
mm-hmm.
Watched a number of them, and he's a super intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Knows his stuff.
No doubt as to how he was able to get away with a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He had super intelligence and a lot of chutzpah.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, it's like the natural reaction to saying just, oh, that wouldn't work today. Obviously, that wouldn't work today. They have all these different safeguards and everything. But if anybody has been following the whole Lego story, the Bricks and Minifigs story with Ben Schneider or whatever his name was, he put out a new video a day or two ago, in which he, a 30-year-old man, was able to get himself accepted to an institution made for troubled teenagers. He was able to bypass the fact they have a strong, requirement you have to pay before you can get in, and he was going to owe $50,000. He was able to walk, to talk himself into being accepted there, and he was there for multiple days. He was able to smuggle in cameras. He was able to get, a whole bunch of information. He was able to get an employee to work there for a while. So,
My.
I mean, modern day people can do that kind of crazy stuff still.
Okay. All right. They're all hooked up with water and what? Well, they ought to be hooked up with a recipe. How about that too?
That would be helpful.
Yes. Yeah, I did these on the blueprint. Oh. Wait a minute. Mark isn't here, is he? Why?
Because you were supposed to walk backwards for 10 minutes.
I don't have any weapons.
Oh no! He just sits back and lets it happen.
Might as well. It's just going to happen anyway, right?
This is true. There you go. Doc, you must obey Ada when she says. Walk
Yes,
backwards.
sir.
When you're
Yes,
supposed
sir.
to walk backwards, you have to walk backwards.
Yes, sir. Wow.
Bryn says, but genuinely, it would have been an epic way to disclose that aliens are real by doing a soft release in the form of a Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
To be honest, it feels like aliens are just now the government's way of just distracting everybody for a weekend. Hey guys, we got these real pictures. They've been super secret classified for 40 years. Really, believe us. Here you go.
You don't believe the government? Really?
Okay, thank you for the the follow-up there. I'm like, oh. Marcus is here, says, hi, Doc and Robert. I hope you're doing great. I recently got to Phase 5 of my playthrough.
Cool.
So far, Phase 5 seems easier than Phase 4.
Oh,
Is
really?
there a bottleneck to be aware of in Phase 5?
Is there a what?
Bottleneck?
Yeah. Have you started creating the ballistic warp engine yet?
that one is a bit, oof.
That one is a bit challenging because all of a sudden you realize that you don't have, generally you don't have enough of any of the components coming through to make it in a reasonable time frame. It's really bad.
Oh. One Metal Fist says, I don't know if everyone knows this movie, but there's an older film called The Invention of Lying. It imagines a world like ours, except lying was never invented. People are brutally honest all the time. Even movies are just people sitting there reading factual stories about history.
Oh, really?
It's a really interesting mirror of our own world because it shows how much of society is built around lies, illusions, and the little stories people tell each other every day.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
I enjoyed it because it's like a fun little thought experiment type of story that it's completely just suspend all your disbelief. Wouldn't it be funny if, you know?
Suspend your disbelief.
Yes. And Toma, yes, that's a Ricky Gervais movie.
Oh, so it's a comedy.
Oh, 100%. I mean, like the opening, the moment when he invents lying, his checking account, you know, of course his life isn't going well. His checking account gets overdrawn, and he lies and tells the attendant, "Oh, there is money there," or something like that. And the attendant's like, "Oh, well, it must be a problem with our system then. Here's your money." And then he basically spends the entire next section of the movie lying to people and getting away with it. Right?
Okay.
Because people give him anything he says, you know, until eventually he invents religion and things go off the rails. And anyway.
He invents religion.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. So the movie kind of goes off the rails, but the fun and games portion of the popcorn flick is pretty silly.
Yeah.
And enjoyable.
Okay.
They also painted a rather morbid picture of, you know, the whole your wife asks you, do I look pretty in this dress? And, you know, how's the dinner? They always portrayed everybody's lives as very gray and dull because, no, actually, you're a terrible cook. But it's okay, you know.
Uh-huh.
No, that dress does not make you look pretty. In fact, it accentuates your body in the wrong way. You know, that kind of brutal honesty that just... Yeah. So, like I said, it's you know, you suspend the disbelief and just have fun watching a silly movie.
How in the world do you handle 240 aluminum solution per minute?
How in the world do you do that times 22?
Okay.
Carry Me Please says, I had done a part cost map, and man, the scale I had for my aluminum plant was so much fun, and dealing with all that multiplied byproduct.
Which means that 3 of these will overproduce a pipe.
Yeah.
Because that would be 720. That's amazing.
Saw Saddle says, I'm not a big movie person, but watching Goodfellas last night made me want to watch more Martin Scorsese films, so I'm watching Departed tonight.
Cool. Well, well, well.
What Metal Fist says, my favorite part was the couple that keeps breaking up and getting back together. He tries to say it's not you, but in a world where you can't lie, so she just tells him the full truth to his face. Why he's not a good boyfriend and why the relationship doesn't work. The scene's funny but also brutal because it shows how different relationships would be if people couldn't soften the truth.
Yeah.
Oh no. Bryn notes that aluminum refiners go 1-to-1 with the alt recipes, so you don't need to combine all the pipes. So if you look at the next stage, yeah. Duck usually uses the standard recipe with this, so this is kind of a new experiment.
Wrong.
No?
Yeah, I usually use the standard recipe, exactly.
Yeah.
So...
Bryn says, looking at your belt and pipe stock, I think Veggie Meaty Bacon Man's style's kind of rubbed off on you a little bit.
Oh, really?
All that clipping in the center they were commenting on earlier.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
Well, you know, if they just put the inputs and the outputs equal to each other, you know?
When you reverse them?
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't have to worry about all that clipping.
Bacon says, delicious clipping.
Delicious, huh? Delicious.
Captain says, my wife and I recently started a thing where we created a spin the wheel, and it gives us a platform and a genre, so we find something neither of us have seen. I'm sure other people can relate to having just so many choices.
Mm-hmm. All right. Drive scan complete. Electrode, aluminum, scrap.
Perfect.
Is that what I need to do? Is it electrode, aluminum, scrapped?
Let me refresh. I'm pretty sure that's what One Metal Fist mentioned.
Yeah, it must be, because all it does is take 3 more alumina solution, and it creates less aluminum scrap. No, it creates a whole lot more aluminum scrap.
That's the right one.
Well, not a whole lot more. A whole lot less water for the recipe, that's for sure. Instead of 3 to 7, it's 1 to 2. So instead of 100% more, it creates, well, there would only be 6 water if so. Well, obviously this is the one he said, even though I'm passing the pure iron ingot up.
I think so.
Okay, so...
And Freckle notes that you have a truck that's out of fuel.
Yes, I do have a truck that's out of fuel. He's been complaining about fuel for a long time. So the two aluminum scrap recipes are both made in a refinery. This one produced 360 per minute, where this one produces 300 per minute. At 300 per minute, that means that this alumina solution uses 100 per minute. That's not quite 240. Okay.
Yeah, other people are saying you should go for the sloppy aluminum instead of the electrode.
Well, the sloppy alumina was here. That's the sloppy alumina.
sorry, the pure aluminum ingot
Okay,
on the other end, which I don't think you have yet.
Then I took. No, I didn't. So let's go scan another hard drive.
Okay.
So
Did you get it started?
did I get what started?
Did you start the scan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You gonna put it up there?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I lay down another refinery, I'm just going to lay down a refinery just so I can see numbers. And I'm going to make, in the electrode one, it says I need 45 alumina per minute. So
And
they don't
petroleum
match up exactly.
coke. Let me look up online, see what the pure aluminum ingot is, because that might be the solution here.
Yeah, because the pure aluminum ingot just goes straight from scrap to the ingot.
We do have a good question from Rabo Gaming that we might want to take in the university, if you would.
Okay, just a sec. I don't have an ingot recipe here. So what is an ingot? What building is an ingot created in? In a foundry. Okay, I should have guessed that. In a foundry. And it's the pure aluminum ingot recipe where I want to get rid of the silica.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for this one still.
Wait, why is that?
Why is what?
Why is that showing up on your list? I thought they didn't show up on the list at all until they were unlocked. Weird.
I think they show up as a
out.
question mark if you can't use it because you haven't unlocked something.
Huh.
Like if we go to the Illumina solution, or which one was it? The aluminum scrap solution. I've got a question mark one here because there's probably one that uses a blender instead of using.
Oh, okay. Frecklewise says it's been doing that since the update.
Okay.
Okay, Doc. Well, let's take this question for you.
Yeah, I want this pure aluminum ingot one, and I've got 8 minutes to wait.
Okay.
All right. That's it.
That's it.
Okay. We have a question from Rabble Gaming. He says, how do I use an alternate recipe? I'm new to this game, just want to have some fun with it. Should I use it or not? Well, you should use them. And you notice while I'm playing today, I'm looking for certain alternate recipes that allow me to increase production. And so if we look here, for example, the electrode aluminum scrap is an alternate recipe. The way you use it is that when you go to select a recipe and you want to make it aluminum scrap, you have both of them here available to you. If I wanted to make the alumina solution, I also had the same situation where I had the alumina solution here that gave me a residual, a byproduct of silica, and the sloppy alumina, which gets rid of the byproduct of silica. Okay, so that's how you actually use the recipe is you go to the machine, you have the choice of an alternate recipe you've unlocked and or the main recipe. The way you unlock them, of course, is by scanning hard drives. And you scan hard drives in the MAM, and you notice I've got a hard drive right now scanning. So in 5 more minutes, I'll be able to see what this hard drive offers me. And if we look at my hard drive library, you can see a list of the hard drives I've already scanned and not selected a particular recipe. Okay, I'm just leaving them sit there because I don't want them offered to me again. And the advantage of leaving them sit in your library like this is that it won't offer me a bolted iron plate recipe again. It won't offer me the steel canister recipe again, or either one of these that I've got highlighted up here, simply because I've already been offered those, and so it'll offer me ones different than that. So I will leave those in there until I'm ready. And right now I'm looking for aluminum recipes in particular, so I'm not going to select anything that doesn't deal with aluminum at this point. I'm just going to go forward with what I have here. So that's how you get them, and that's how you use them. So I hope that helps, and let's go on with the game. All right, 5 minutes and 4.5 minutes. Yeah, it's almost a minute off. Okay. Okay, so the water is going in on both sides. I'm using a little bit less than 1200 water, and that's fine. I'm still trying to determine how much and how to configure the water coming out of here. I might have to get, instead of these T-junctions, I'm probably going to have to configure it differently so that I can get like 2 of them into one pipe and then come on out, and these 2 into the next pipe and come out, or something. I'm gonna have to do something, because they're producing 240 alumina solution per minute out of each refinery, and of course my belt can only handle 480 at this point. So literally I can only do, my pipes can only handle 600 at the minute time. So okay, also gives back 100. The recipe uses alumina solution, and yeah, I'd have to go make petroleum coke someplace. I don't want to do that. Okay.
Okay, Doc, pull out your spreadsheet.
Which spreadsheet?
A spreadsheet, start doing your calculations, work things out, do some planning. Come on, Doc, you were paid to do this.
I'm not paid to do that at all. I'm not paid at all to do
You
that.
were paid to do this.
I was?
You were a spreadsheets guy for a long time.
Yeah. No, I wasn't. I avoided spreadsheets like the plague. I would open Microsoft Access, and I'd build an Access database rather than use a spreadsheet.
I thought Access was just like a spreadsheet controller.
Sure I can't fire him? The alternative is really bleak. Okay. So, I've got only 2 more minutes left. Then I can, let's go work on getting these powered up then.
So, were you reading One Metal Fist comments there? I think you were, right?
Yeah, I was. He really, really wants me to recycle my water. I don't want to recycle my water.
And Nicholas asks, how old are you, Doc?
Well, the rule only exists for women, that you don't ever ask women their age.
Uh-huh.
So I guess I got to answer, huh?
And the rule is also only for women that you get to say you're 29.
Oh, is that really the case, huh? Okay.
The real question, Doc, the age isn't impressive. The real question is, how many great-grandkids do you have?
I do have 1 great-grandchild. Now, why aren't... I haven't got recipes in those.
Okay, maybe how many isn't the right way to say it. The fact that you have a great-grandchild is There you go.
That's telling enough, right?
Yep.
I in a couple of months I'll be turning 69. So you
So
guys
that
next
means
year
you're
will be.
68.
Yep, I'm 68 right now. Kick you.
I thought you didn't have any weapons. Wait till
Okay.
I'm offline.
Okay. I've got recipes in these two.
Adam asks, what level of replayability do you think we'd get from a new map?
Replayability. Probably get quite a significant amount. I mean, especially if along with the new map, maybe they create an ice biome and put in a mechanic there that it's more like Antarctica, and you had to have shelter, and you had to build all your machines inside of buildings or something like that.
Yeah.
That one didn't want to paste. There we go. And this one's already got it. Okay, so they should all be yellow. Good. They are all
Bulldog says,
yellow.
my wife stopped celebrating her 29th birthday after the 31st time.
Uh-huh. There you go. Yeah. I thought it was cool when I could say that I was 29 for the 29th time. You know, when you hit 58, you can do that. And so, yeah, when you hit 61, yeah, that's 31st time. So, yeah. I had to quit too. Everybody called me on it. Said, that's nonsense. Knock it off. How old are you? Okay.
I just don't know where you got the idea that you as a man were allowed to do such silliness.
Everybody's allowed to do it. You know, if your body is where I need to create a building and your body won't let me make the building, your body is going to go away.
Oh, I was referring to the age thing.
I thought you dropped when the bottom was out from under you.
Oh, you have to delete that? Then now you kill me.
Now I have to kill you. I have to kill you because I can't build because you're now in the way.
Yeah, so you remove the foundation, then you kill me, then you play it back.
This was dumb.
What Metal Fist says, I don't think they'll do that, Doc. From what I remember, the devs said pretty early on that they don't want to add machine repairs or systems like that.
Yep.
People asked them about stuff like weather damage, gears breaking, machines needing maintenance. They said they don't really want that kind of mechanic in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it could be cool from what I understand. The team doesn't want Satisfactory to turn into a repair and maintenance game.
Right. Absolutely true. Oh. So what's the crate?
Nope. You leave that stuff alone.
Robert,
What?
you have so much in your bags.
Oh, don't you even start with me. Don't you even start. Excuse you.
Okay, so I've got... Okay.
Why do you have 2 levels of foundation?
So I could stand next to you and kill you?
Oh, okay.
Now, is your body actually laying down there somewhere?
It's somewhere, yeah.
Well, what'll be interesting is, yes, I can build
Right, now
it.
you're gonna hide all my junk in the floor, so I'll never find it.
Well, I didn't do it deliberately. That's just the way the game is played.
deliberately. I just saw it was happening and did it anyway.
Not like anything there was important. But see, I could be nice and collect it for you and put it in a container near the hub. But you didn't want me to do that. So, do you want me to do that?
Nah, it's all good.
You'll be able to find it because it's the only death crate in the whole building. All right. The hard drive is scanned.
Marcus says, if they introduce an Antarctica biome, I hope they don't use the Thing as a possible enemy.
The Thing.
The Thing.
What would be the Thing?
From the classic horror movie, The Thing.
Okay. Didn't get it this time. We'll try again.
The Thing like takes over people, and so you don't know if somebody is secretly the Thing or not.
Uh-huh.
I don't know it from the movie. I know it from the board game.
Okay.
So anybody could be the Thing.
Okay. So the next thing I'm making is the aluminum scrap, and this recipe does better than this recipe. So I will be doing that recipe. Plus, I can use less machines for the amount of alumina solution that it uses. So I need 45 per minute alumina solution, and so basically 10 machines. Wait a minute. Doggone it. What am I thinking? Well, actually 480 is about right because I can only push 480 through there at a time.
That's your conveyor speed?
No, that's the output of one machine is 240.
Oh, okay.
And so 2 machines end up being, of course, 240. So I'll delete this.
Dropped 78's first time chat. Says, hey Doc, long time watcher, first time chatter.
All right.
You may know this being the Satisfactory guru. But if you build one machine, then middle mouse click on it. It will copy the prior settings for building it again. No need to copy and paste.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Doc built a blueprint and he forgot to put the recipe into the blueprint before he saved it.
Mm-hmm.
So they all got copied and pasted without the blueprint.
Yep. Okay, there we go.
Bren says, I actually lost a year. I had forgotten my age and corrected my nieces, only to be told that I was wrong. So this year I aged twice on my birthday.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And you only got away with it for a year. Golly, that's terrible. Oh. I was a year younger for a whole year.
Mm-hmm. One Metal Fist says, Doc, there's also alt recipes that replace aluminum sheets with aluminum casings.
Uh-huh.
So you need less aluminum overall, but that part's up to you. From what I understand, casings can be cheaper to produce than sheets, depending on the recipes you use. So it might make the whole aluminum setup easier and more efficient.
Yeah, it might. We'll see what I get as far as available recipes. Did you set a timer for that last one?
For which one?
The new hard drive I scanned. Let me go tell you how much is left.
Well, I think
there's 6 minutes left.
Okay.
Why don't you set one for 6 minutes?
Sure.
I only have 11 machines in a row? Oh, give me a break. No, I did the first one. I did 3 in the first one. Doggone it. I am so dumb.
I didn't say nothing.
You're not saying nothing. Nobody ever does dumb things like me, do they?
No,
that you would admit?
We're all perfect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this one is going to have a T connector connected going out. And then this...
Jamarkin says, we do dumb things. They're just unique from your dumb things.
It's not a Dumb and Dumber situation.
Jamarkin's saying we're all our own special kind of dumb.
Okay. Alrighty.
Cutter Deep says, I'm only 60 hours in. I kind of want to restart the game.
That's fine. Then just go ahead and restart. What you'll find is that the early game gets easier every time you restart. So, you know, there's no harm, definitely no harm at all in restarting and just perfecting your beginning games scenarios. So, yeah, go for it.
An alternative to that is, instead of entirely restarting, go to a new starting biome. That way you can benefit from everything you've already researched, but then actually start building a new factory entirely. Just delete the hub, rebuild it in a new location. That way you kind of get a head start, can have the restarting experience, but also not have to redo everything.
Very good. That's actually quite a good suggestion. Oh, stop it. You can't put pipes next to each other because they want to keep auto-connecting.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
And Robots Games is here. Says, hello, everyone.
Cool. Hello? Let's see if we can get this to behave itself.
Uh-oh. Rakunar says, I hate this spreadsheet as a database thing.
He hates the spreadsheet as a database thing?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Somebody on my side.
I just like to mess with Doc. There is a difference. I understand the difference.
Yeah.
But, you know.
And yes, he loves to tease me about it because I reacted quite vociferously when somebody said, oh, spreadsheet's just a database.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is not. It is not a database.
The Grebo says, greetings, folks.
Greetings.
Jamarkin says, yeah, I used to work in the government where everything is spreadsheets when really a database was needed instead.
Exactly. All the time. Yeah, that was a common situation where you'd have this spaghetti network of spreadsheets and this formula pointing to that spreadsheet and the other formula pointing to another spreadsheet. And then, I mean, it just got to be, you know, let's just put these all in tables and make queries and just, you know, make it a lot easier.
My one major interaction with something like that was just one of those spreadsheets used by, you know, an older couple who, they were of the generation where the fact that they knew how to use a computer at all was impressive. But just the fact that they have one customer and their address was put in 3 different times. And they've had the same customer for years, and they start wondering why packages aren't being delivered to the right location.
Really?
But because when they moved, it wasn't updated in all 3 locations.
Oh.
You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just had an update issue.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow, this is a mess. This is a mess. How in the world am I going to configure this?
Brobot says, I'm building with DDG and Tundra, and I'm loving it. Making a wire factory based off an engine. Looking pretty cool.
A wire factory based off an engine.
I think he's talking about the appearance of it.
Okay.
That's cool.
Pay rate was lower for an Excel jockey than a DB. The pay rate was lower for an Excel jockey than a DB admin?
Well, that's normal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the finance people were paid better than the DB administrators, yes.
No. They're saying that the Excel jockeys were paid worse.
Oh, good. That's...
Because typically database, you don't get into database development, and that's a college thing. But Excel, that's a first year college sort of thing.
Definitely.
If you don't get it in high school.
Okay. All right. I am going to build my backbone for my next level.
We actually have a really good question from Marcus.
Scrap.
When you're done looking that up.
All righty. Electrode aluminum scrap. I've got the coal coming in already. I've got one. Okay, so another row of refineries. Okay, I am going to go over here, and I'm not going to do the same thing that I did before. I'm going to load a blueprint for 4 refineries. And I'm going to go set the recipe, folks. And I want the electrode scrap one. I'm going to copy that. And paste that. And paste that.
Bryn says, I used to have a terrible addiction to soap, but now I'm clean.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you came clean of that, man. I mean, that is such a hard addiction to break. I mean, really.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, Doc, you ready for this this question?
Sure. All right. We got a question from Marcus Nielsen. He says, I currently produce 77,000 megawatts of power, or 77 gigawatts of power. Yeah. I understand that in phase 5, you have to deal with a lot of power fluctuation. Yes, you definitely do. How much power should I expect to produce to clear phase 5? It all depends on how you build out phase 5. If you're trying for speed, then you probably need to increase that 55 to probably that 77 gigawatts to maybe in the neighborhood of 200 gigawatts. Simply because your particle accelerators specifically and having a hard time remembering the names of a couple of the other machines that make those phase 5 parts. Yes, they do cycle up, and when they cycle up, if they get on a cycle where they're cycling up together and then coming down, and that can really cause problems. So, yeah, I would build it out. If you're going to build it out to where you want to finish phase 5 quickly, and not just have one machine that you hand feed type of thing, then you're probably going to need to get it up to about 200. And then you probably would be good at 200 gigawatts. No guarantees there, depending. But just watch your power situation. Just make sure that your blue line is below the gray line of how much you're making, and the blue line how much you could make if every machine were turned on. Just stay either close to each other or the blue line is below it. And then build out more power if they get too close together, or the blue line goes above your gray. And that's really the way to check and really determine how much you need. So hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. Okay, very good.
Jamarkin says, I was reading a horror novel in Braille yesterday, or recently. I could feel that something bad was about to happen.
Oh, wow. Yeah? That was a good one.
I like it. Brobot says, yeah, the appearance of his factory is very engine-inspired, working on making it functional. I built 150 more constructors on 16 floors. Every constructor is decorated in a way that makes it look like it's supercharged.
Wow. That is cool. A themed experience there. That is cool.
Emperor Ice Penguin asks, do you use programs like Satisfactory Modeler?
I don't use the modeler as much as I use the calculator, the Satisfactory calculator. But I have used both, yes. Okay. I've got to go get some steel pipe, which means I've got to go all the way down to about the second floor to get the steel pipe.
The Grebo says, at first I was wondering why the baseball kept on getting bigger. Then it hit me.
Uh-huh.
One of those classics.
Yep, one of the classics, definitely. Yep, that's the floor I want. Oops.
So Doc went through a bit of a culture shock in Boeing when he went from his first job at Boeing as a teacher over to finance.
Mm-hmm.
As a teacher, you assembled, was it 2 versions of that joke book, or was it? But it was really big.
What happened to my... You haven't been monkeying around with my production lines here, have you, Robert?
No, but, you know, my body and bits might have choked up something, you know, as it got stuck into a machine.
I am getting no steel production.
I didn't do nothing.
I'm totally mystified as to how the steel production just stopped. Iron ore just stopped.
Is it something to do with that truck not delivering?
Should have attended to that truck complaining, shouldn't I?
So the story I was telling, Doc used to publish a joke book. Well, publish as in print out and bind for our family.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the jokes he had been assembling at work.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, what, early 2000s?
Yeah, early 2000s, because we moved to St. Louis. Well, I took my first finance job before then even, but yeah.
In 07.
In 05.
Right? Oh, in 05. So it was before then.
Mm-hmm.
But, ooh, there's a red stick.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a red stick. Why? It is got fuel. No power?
It doesn't say has no power.
Yeah, doesn't, but it's 0 stacks per minute. And this is delivering.
Steal its coal from it. Because I bet you the vehicle just ran out and it's showing red because of the vehicle. Yeah, go find that vehicle. But then Doc goes over and gets himself a finance job. And what did they think of your joke book, Doc?
Well, I didn't share my joke book, but they didn't share jokes, put it that way. I mean, they were way too serious. Way too serious. In fact, one time we were building the business plan for the next quarter. Now, I'm in commercial airplanes. All of this is without power as well. So what happened to all the power? Yeah, there's my coal. Why would these be without power?
I bet you accidentally disconnected the power when you were trying to disconnect something earlier. You should go track that power line down.
Yeah, I need to track why this power line right here, this power pole right here is supposedly powering everything up, but it has no... Well, there it is. There's where the power comes to it.
Okay, the Grebo wants to test my abilities with the English language.
Oh, dear.
The
Okay.
English language.
Anguish language?
Yes. The Grebo says, if two wishy-washy witches watched two wishy-washy watches, which wishy-washy witch would watch which wishy-washy watch?
He would, of course, watch the one that told the correct time.
Solved.
Yeah.
One Metal Fist says, if everything that makes sense only makes sense because nonsense gave it meaning, then the most logical thing to do is to stop making sense before the nonsense becomes too logical to understand.
Say that again, please. Cairo just subscribed with Prime while you're looking at saying that again.
Thank you, Cairo. One Metal Fist says, if everything that makes sense only makes sense because nonsense gives it meaning, then the most logical thing to do is to stop making sense before the nonsense becomes too logical to understand.
I don't know about that one.
You figured it out, Doc?
No.
Well, that one has power again.
Yeah, this one has power again. So hopefully it'll start accepting... It'll start accepting, guess what? Iron ore.
Yep.
And this one...
Oh, boy.
This
Marcus
one
is going
coal.
for the traditional.
For the traditional.
Mm-hmm. The Peter Piper.
Oh, the
Traditional.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Yes.
A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper could pick a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? I'm not quite as good at that one as I used to be, that's for sure. Been a long time since. Okay.
Well, there was another one that I memorized, at least the first paragraph of. That came from another one of your books, Doc.
Yes.
Or books that you owned, called Anguish Languish.
Anguished English.
No, Anguish Languish. Once upon term, there was a little gull who lived with her murder in her little cottage on our itch off her lodge dock forest. This little gull, orphan, worry, little cluck, wetter, putty, little rat hut, and for disc raisin pimple, colder later rat rotten hut.
I have no clue what you just said. No clue
It's
whatsoever.
so dumb. It's, if you don't listen directly to what you're saying, it's the story of Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, I kind of got that.
Yeah,
much.
that's all it is, and it's really weird and really silly, but
Yep. Okay. I may have solved the beginning of the iron problem.
okay.
Iron is now coming once again. You know what would help? Let's upgrade some okay.
Call sign Wolfman is here,
All right.
and when you're done with the current conundrum, we'll go to a question from him.
Okay.
I am not reading that with one little fist. I'm sorry. Nope.
Okay. Okay, that one's going up higher. Oh, okay. Was the one you're not going to read not appropriate for the channel?
No. It's just a tongue twister using R's and L's.
And R's and L's? You're allergic to R's and L's?
They are significantly harder than ones with W's and S's and T's.
Okay.
That's all. Bryn says, why did the Boeing jet go to therapy? Because every time it tried to open up, another panel came off.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's a Fly Airbus advertisement.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay. I gotta go see if my ironworks or steelworks is running. Okay, that's not it. No, that's not it. Gotta go a floor farther down. See, I've got this one funky door here that's hard to get into. Easy to come out of, but hard to get into. Okay. All right, so the iron is coming into the first stage and beginning to produce iron ingots. Okay.
Yeah, everything's slowly ramping back up.
Yep. Okay.
Adam asks, who has more satisfactory knowledge? Doc does at this point. 6 months ago, I said probably would have said that I did, but no. I think it's definitely Doc now.
Okay. Okay, well, because see, I'm producing it fast enough that it always filled this container, so I was incredibly surprised when that container didn't have anything. And the next thing is that it filled up enough to fill this container with pipes, and that's what I need right now. Is I need pipe to continue making the refineries.
Okay, Doc, let's do a couple of Wolfman's questions he's got here for you.
Okay. Feel like, doctor, I feel like a pair of curtains. Doctor says, pull yourself together. Okay.
What is the squeaking going on over there?
It was a little bit of squeaking from my chair.
Oh, okay.
It's rubbing under your things that you made.
Sure.
Alrighty. So, Callsign Wolfman asks, when you using tractors or trucks to transport items to another facility, is it better to have the station in the middle of the factories or on the side of the factory? I think that's totally up to you. I generally will put them on the side of the factory because then I can get the truck back out to where it needs to go quicker. If you have it in the middle of the factory, you've got to watch out for it running over your character and causing you to pancake for a period of time while you waited to come conscious again. So I've done it both ways. I've had it inside and I've had it outside. And I think for the most part, I prefer outdoors. And then conveyor belts do a good job of getting it into where it needs to go. Yeah, you're going to need conveyors anyway, no matter where you put it. So I'd prefer just to have it on the outside, and that we can go back to the game now.
Okay. Well, we have one more for you.
Okay. What's the purpose of a smart splitter? The purpose of the smart splitter is to control who gets what when. A smart splitter has 3 outputs, 1 input. You can then program any one of those outputs for a different product. My favorite use of the smart splitter is to put it just before I put a storage container there, and so that instead of stopping the machines, it will then have one of the outputs set to overflow. And when the output is set to overflow, when that container is full and it can't push anymore that direction, it'll then start sending it the other direction. Now, that other direction is usually to a sink, so I can easily send my surplus to a sink. So that's the way that I use it most often. Although in the past I've also used it to sort out different items if there are multiple items on a particular belt. I've used it to sort one item one direction, one item the next direction, or one item into a particular machine and then move the rest on to the next machine. So I'll use it for when I create a slug line to sort out the slugs from purple, yellow, and blue, and put those in the individual machines to have the machines make power shards for me. So I'll have it sorted into the 3 machines and then collect it at the end and put it in a container. And then usually I put a dimensional depot on top of the container, so it goes straight from the container. And if the dimensional depot is full, it stores it in the container until needed. So that's one way that I've used it. So hope those ideas help you. And let's go back to the game.
Dalton Foot says, "Hey gang, first time catching a stream. Love
All
the
right.
Satisfactory content, Doc.
All right, good.
Really helped me get into the game. Middle of phase 3 on the way to phase 4.
Okay.
And do the streams go up as a VOD to view later?
They stay on YouTube permanently. So you can go look at the live tab for our channel and see all the live streams. So yes, they do get to stay up there. So, and occasionally we do have folks that go back and look at those.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Jamarkin says, a patient came to see me frantically. He says, I'm a teepee. I'm a wigwam. I'm a teepee. I'm a wigwam. I said, relax, man. You're too tense.
I love puns. I really do. The English language is so messed up.
In the best way.
Well, yeah. I suppose you could say it's the best way.
Cap One Eye says, I got into a slight argument on social media with someone who thinks it's possible to beat the game without belts and pipes. I told him that a no-pipe game would be 100% possible since you can't manually transfer fluids or gases in any way. They insist it's possible.
Huh. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't take any fluids or gases from any sort of transportation system straight into a machine. So
I'm trying to think with converters. Is there any converting a solid to a liquid or back and forth?
I don't think so.
Combination of some alt recipe plus... I'd have to look at every single thing to find a replacement for every single use, but I think they're right. That it's just not possible.
Yeah.
We did try doing a no copper run because there's ways to replace a lot of copper stuff with iron. But copper sheets, there's just too many uses for copper sheets that can't be replaced at all. So.
Yeah, we did try to do a no copper run and found that, yeah, there aren't alternate recipes that get you past it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Some, but not enough. Okay.
And the Saxy Man asks, why should golfers always bring an extra pair of socks?
I don't know why.
In case they get a hole in one.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, we do have another comment or another question from King Bob that I missed a little bit ago. I think we should hit that one.
Okay. Boy, it's going to take a long time to get refilled here. You know, maybe I should have listened to that person online that said I had a truck complaining about no fuel.
Uh-huh.
You know, probably should have listened to the truck long before then, too, because it kept draining this to the point where now I don't have any surplus.
Okay, while you wait for it, Doc, here you go.
All right. So King Bob asks a question. He says, "What's the best fuel for jetpack for when you just get into oil?" Okay. If you're into oil, the best that you can make from oil at that point is your jet fuel, or rocket fuel, they call it. So you've got 3 levels of fuel. You got just fuel. Then you've got turbo fuel, which is made from compacted coal. And then you have rocket fuel, which adds, I believe, sulfur to it, right? Adds sulfur to the rocket fuel to make, not rocket fuel, to the turbo fuel to make jet fuel, or rocket fuel, pardon me. So, yeah, that is the best for that level. It does take a bit of work. You have to siphon off some of your regular fuel to make the turbo fuel and then rocket fuel. But it doesn't take a whole lot to keep a jetpack working. But yeah, once you get rocket fuel, you can really go high, which is the objective when you've got a summer sloop at the top of a huge cliff. You want to get to it. Well, yeah, rocket fuel is your fuel to go do that. So, okay, hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Crimson King says, Doc, good to see you live again. I got burned out on my 50x resources and 2x power run, and I need some motivation to get back into it.
Dial back the requirements a little bit. I'm really immensely enjoying this particular playthrough. This particular playthrough, you notice, doesn't have much as far as phase requirements. You see that they're very low because they're only like 25% of normal. Also, my part cost is like 50% of normal. Power consumption is 50% of normal. That allows me just to build big factories, which I have fun building huge factories. So if you dial back the requirements for a while, you can just enjoy building. You can also go out and explore and see how many of the summer sloops and Mercer spheres and slugs you can find, because those can really help your game too in the end, and hard drives too. Make sure you collect all those hard drives from wrecks that you can find. So I tend to like to change up my game there and go exploring. Also, there's a chance you might want to just take a break from the game for a week or 2 or 3 and go play some other games for a short time, and then come back and get a fresh perspective. Also, starting over again in a new area gives you a fresh perspective too. So hopefully that helps, and you can escape the burnout. That's a frequent question in our channel. It really is. So,
yep.
Okay, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
See, I've got this huge lineup of power poles that I'd love to get rid of, but I'm trying to build up stock, and can't build up stock much if you don't let them run. So I'm just going to let them run for now. So I just got way too many things, because if you take a quick look at this, I probably need another steel line, because look at the number. I've got a splitter under this lift right here, splitter right there, and it's sending pipe off that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a splitter right here that's sending it off in 2 more directions. And then at the end of this container, I have this lift taking it to yet another place. So I've got pipes going to 1, 2, 3, 4 different places off of this one line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of 18 machines. And I tried to see if I could power shard these, and found that I don't have enough steel ingot making it to the end to power shard these. In other words, I built it to where it was just a little bit more than what my output of ingots was. So I can go over here and see how my smelter line is doing. Let's go look at the end of the smelter line, because I've only got 4 smelters working here, and they are not slooped, and they're 100% coal and 100% at the end of the line. So I'm going to start slooping it from this end and see what happens. I'm going to start power sharding them from this end, see what happens.
Yeah, Cap One Eye and One Metal Fist, a couple others have been discussing all the difficulties of doing a no belts and no pipes run, and it really does come down to the no pipes. No matter what you do, you got to handle them somehow. You know? There's a lot of things you can avoid, but
I don't think pipes is one of them.
Not entirely, no.
I mean, I don't know if you can avoid it without conveyors.
Or you're just hand feeding everything, right?
Exactly, but you can't hand feed liquids.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of drain out of your pockets if you try, make a mess all over the floor.
Just make a bucket, carry it all with a bucket.
There you go. I don't think they've got buckets.
Here's a bucket of nitro fuel for you. There you go.
Yep. One little bucket at a time. All right, so I've got more ingots coming out.
No, Captain One Eye, we don't need a bucket mod. No.
Okay. It's producing 112, and I've got Mark 1 belts. Guess what?
What?
My belts need an upgrade. With Mark 1 belts, they won't all get out of here. So what's happening here is I don't think we can get everything out of the machine fast enough. Or what are they? Are they Mark 2 belts? If they're Mark 2 belts, they're just fine. So let's see. Yeah, they're Mark 2 belts. They'll do 120 per minute. So they're just enough. But let's upgrade them anyway. Let's upgrade them anyway. So I've got 4 machines doing 112 and a half. So I've got 448 plus 2, 450, and these belts can carry 480. So that means those belts ought to be full. Look at that. What? Somebody laughing at something?
Oh, Bacon says, if the gas is denser than air, it would be doable, but you'd still have to just move around carefully. A bucket of nitrogen.
Ah. You'd have to move around very carefully.
But you know, even if it's lighter than air, that's fine. Just turn the bucket upside down and fill it.
Yeah. I suppose that would do it. Okay.
In the end, the first time chat, by the way, says, Doc, I know you said you aren't an engineer, but I'm wondering how you came across this game in particular. Do you have a gaming background already, or does it just scratch the itch for you?
I did not have a gaming background. I dealt with finance systems constantly, so I was dealing with dry, no humor accountants and finance people at work. And so that didn't really leave much headspace afterwards to try to unravel things with games. Plus, I was raising a family. So while I was still working at Boeing, I really didn't get into gaming much. A little bit. I mean, I played World of Warcraft by quite a bit. We played Guild Wars quite a bit. And we played, what was that sim game that we played also? The Civilizations sim game that we played?
We played Age of Empires.
Age of Empires a lot. And my wife and I both got into all three of those games quite a bit.
Yeah.
But that was more early on. And when I moved to St. Louis, I was traveling a lot. I was on the road just constantly. So really didn't get into games until closer to retirement. And Robert introduced me to Satisfactory. And
it's all my fault, guys. I'm sorry.
And when he introduced me to Satisfactory, basically it was a situation where I retired and I said, hey, what was that game that you tried to show me that one day? Because, I mean, he showed it to me when he was at like level 2 or 3 or phase 2 or 3.
I was still working in coal power.
Okay, so you were in phase 2 probably. And he was already putting things on platforms. He was stringing power lines to things. And I'm going, what in the world are you doing? And there were so many things hitting me all at once that I really didn't feel I had the headspace to try to explore it back then. So after I retired, I say, hey, what was that game? And after he told me what the game was, I started playing it then. So
Adam says Age of Empires 2 was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It was. Well, the steel beam line is overloaded at the beginning of the line, head of the line. Let's see what it looks like at the end of the line.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, I'm not trying to make fun of your age.
Right. Oh, you're not?
But you went through every stage of TV, from the huge, heavy, expensive TVs back then to today.
Oh, yeah.
Where TVs are almost worth nothing compared to how expensive they used to be.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a story behind that, too. My grandparents. My grandparents in their day were pretty wealthy by their terms, okay? Grandparents on my mother's side in particular. They lived in New York City. He worked for Standard Oil. He traveled around the world helping companies set up refineries. Wow. Okay. I got a lot of upgrading I can do here. So he went around the world helping them set up refineries, and he was an inventor that invented a lot of those type of things. Anyway, so he had a high up position. He worked for 25 years for Standard Oil, had a lot of original stock from Standard Oil when they were, when they were just getting started back in the 1930s through about the 1940s. Okay, so you realize that the time frame, he was born in 1905, so by 1930 he's 25. He's a brand new engineer out of engineering school at the time, and started working for Standard Oil. Anyway, worked himself up, and they had in New York City a television station. And the television station, of course, got probably sent out couple channels. Only stayed online for like 3 or 4 hours in the evening time. So they got, you know, the old black and white shows. He then accepted a vice president's position with Koch Engineering. Moved out to Kansas in Wichita. Wichita, Kansas is their headquarters. Moved out there, and there were no TV stations. The television literally sat in the closet, he said, for a good 7 to 8 years before they had a television station in the biggest city in Kansas. And then they finally got a couple stations, and out came the TV from the closet, and they could watch TV again. So
that was pretty funny.
Yeah, very interesting. And of course, yes, my first TV was this old box. It was about that deep. It was, you know, like, it was maybe a 15-inch screen or something like that. It was black and white. I had it up in my bedroom, and I enjoyed watching television. So
I remember our first TV at home was one of those big wooden boxes with the dials on the front going ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk to go to each, you know, to each channel.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Bryn says, gosh, I'll always remember my dad bringing home the massive rear projection TV and all my friends thinking it was amazing.
Yep. Yep. And now we would go down to Walmart for $295, buy a 45-inch or 70-inch.
That's
or whatever.
insane how cheap they are.
Yeah.
And people complain, oh, it's not true 4K.
Okay.
Yeah, but...
Well, what was ours back then? I mean, good grief. The projection TVs were even the worst. Projection TVs were very low
really
DPI.
big.
But they were big. Yeah, that was the thing. That was the thing. They were really big, so...
Yeah. Well, I've been on a kick of collecting old DVDs from all the old shows that I used to love watching. And it's so sad when you pull up an old show that was so good and it's like, oh, resolution was 480p. Nice.
Yeah. Exactly.
But, you know, as much hate as AI gets, I'm absolutely certain that, you know, just like TVs now do this AI extra frames and upscaling resolution. I'm sorry, I'm going to be able to put in a 480p disc here in a year or so. Maybe 2, and it'll upscale it to 4K.
Yeah. The upscaling still might be a little bit fuzzy, but it'll be 4K nonetheless.
Cap One Eye says, Doc probably also had an afro and wore bell bottoms.
The bell bottoms, yes. Afro, no. Yeah, I've got a few embarrassing pictures of me with my bell-bottom pants on and visiting Disney World with my family, and Disneyland, I'm sorry, on the West Coast. So, Disney World didn't exist back then, sorry. So, anyway, I'm just taking a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
All right. Which side is that? I knocked this
In
up
the
just a
end
little
says, I miss touching TV static.
Yeah.
I remember very specifically, there was one particular monitor from one of your computers that if you ever touched it, it would shock you.
Only one of them?
One specific one, it was the largest one you had. It was the largest CRT monitor you had.
Okay.
One of the ones that when you turn it on, it goes ka-chunk and a boom, you know?
Okay.
I love those so much. I mean, they were objectively terrible, but...
Objectively terrible. Okay. Well, I've increased the production of the ingots, so I'm hoping that I can increase the production a bit on all the other pipes and and beams.
Brent says, I can imagine Doc with really long flowing hair.
My dad was a military guy. Long hair was not in his vocabulary, so I even tried to negotiate once. I said, I'll wear a headband and keep it out of my eyes. No, you won't. So yes, I grew up in the 70s and with all the Berkeley riots and the anti-war protests and stuff. So yeah, those were good times.
Ragnar says, I've seen people chain connect power to buildings without power poles. Is that a mod?
No, it's not. It was one of the updates in 1.2 was to be able to daisy chain your power. So you'll see you have to unlock it, and you have to get to a certain progression in the MAM in order to get it unlocked. I believe it's the Caterium line that you unlock it in. And so you see that this is one of the early factories I built, and there's still the power poles in the middle. The later factories, yes, I can just put power poles in between them all. Put the lines from one machine to the next. So no, that's not a mod at all. All right. One more power shard.
Bulldog says, everybody's dad in the 70s had their own clippers, gave us all buzz cuts for years.
Yep. Yeah, by the time I was a teenager, they quit with the buzz cuts, but, you know. Well, obviously my ingot production is up high enough now. The ingots are getting to the end of the line at full 100. So, yeah, shouldn't be a problem with me overclocking those a bit.
And Callsign
Okay.
Wolfman asks if I've ever played Phasmophobia.
And you
Yes.
have.
I even convinced Doc to play it on stream once, and that worked for about a half an hour before Doc died of boredom.
Yep.
It just didn't quite work with Doc.
All right, we have a good number of pipes coming through, and probably a good number of beams, and my beam container looks like it's starting to fill up. At this point, all the other lines aren't filling up. Oh, that line's filled up. So this line is full and not taking anything more.
Mm-hmm.
And this line is still taking them. So,
Hey, Doc, could you show the serial number on a constructor, please? Yeah, One Metal Fist was just mentioning that machines have serial numbers on them. And a lot of the early machines do, but the later machines don't.
really?
Yep, it's just
There
up
it
a little
is.
bit. There you go.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, it's the same serial number on every one.
Yeah.
And it's one stamp 900. Oh, ST4MP.
Yeah, it's ice
Of course.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's the same on every one. So,
Yeah.
I stamp. Well, that makes sense for a constructor.
Mm-hmm.
Because really that's what it's doing, is it's stamping out a part. So, okay. Oh, plenty of ingots. I like that.
Adam is very happy that this was it was in a recent update, the daisy chaining. He just thought he was 170 hours in and never noticed before.
No. Yeah, but focus on upgrading your Caterium line so you can get that, because it really makes things a lot simpler, a lot faster. A lot faster to go from machine to machine rather than laying down a bunch of power poles and laying down lines to each machine after that. Lot less clicking to get the same job done. Okay, I don't have any surplus yet, but I'm going to just have to start. Come on. There we go. I'm going to have to start taking some pipes so I can get back to building.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're getting there.
Steve says, my family TV as a kid was a classic 13-inch RCA black and white tubes. Took ages to warm up and stopped doing that scroll thing.
Yeah, the V lock, the vertical roll lock that you had to adjust on your TVs. I remember that.
Yeah.
And the older the machine got, the worse that scroll would get, and after a while it just became uncontrollable. And then you had to get rid of the TV. Yeah. Yeah, grabbing it with my left hand and drinking my my hot chocolate with my right hand. I'm not a coffee drinker, that's why. That's why. So I fill it with hot chocolate instead. All right, I've got 300. I hope that that's going to be enough to last me for a while. I can check and see what the blueprint requires here. It requires 120 apiece. So it's really not enough, folks. So 480 lets me do 4 blueprints or 16 machines. Boy, ignoring the fact that that thing was out of fuel really hurt.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I've been spending this whole time upgrading because of that. I'm going to get to 480 so I can go up there and build 4 blueprints and set those up, and then I'll come on back down and see if it's building up in the storage unit or not.
Well, Metal Fizz says apparently there's another serial number on some of those machines as well.
Really?
Yep. That has other silly messages.
Well, let's see if I can find one on this. Are they only on the constructor?
No, I think I've seen them a couple of times.
I'm probably going to have to go to the end of the line to see the other side of the machine here. I'm not seeing one on the assembler here. Oh, there it is. No, that's the lift. B19 lifter, huh? 819.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing a serial number on those. Unless they stamped it in a weird spot or something.
I say at the front down low, which means it might just be in the way of the ports.
There it is. TE1XT3. Mark 1.
Huh. Okay.
Huh. Mark 1, they're labeling it. Does that mean there might be a Mark 2
Originally,
assembler
there
someday?
was a planned Mark II.
Originally, there was a planned Mark 2?
Yeah.
But they nixed the plan?
Correct. They even actually had early models for the Mark IIs.
I zoomed myself right out over the stairs. They nixed the plan for the Mark II, huh?
Yep.
That's sad.
I kind of get it, you know. If it's just more throughput or whatever, that's what summer sloops do.
Yeah.
You know, like there's enough
And
other
power
functions.
shards, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's possible they just do the same thing in multiple ways, and so there's no point in doing it multiple ways the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hitting control doesn't work for blueprints.
Hmm.
Or doesn't seem to anyway.
Cap One Eye says,
Am I
haven't played in
getting-
about a week.
Uh-huh.
I finished Phase 5, my 1.2 playthrough, in about 100 hours, but I cheated big time.
You cheated big time. So what do you call cheating?
It's a great question.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't know you could cheat in this game.
Well, you could easily define a lot of the kind of mods that we do as cheating. Snap-on, I think, is cheating.
You think Snap-on is cheating?
Yeah,
Oof.
it specifically allows you to get a higher output out of machines in a way that's you're locked out of in normal game.
Oh.
So. Oh, okay. He did half recipe cost with all pure nodes, half elevator parts. So, but he's on console, so he's not modding.
It was too easy. It was too easy, he said. Yeah.
I get that.
I can't make the next blueprint.
See, Doc decided to do two things at once. On one hand, he made the game easier with all the settings, and then he's like, oh, except I'm going to make the world's largest aluminum factory and huge train networks everywhere. So he's doing more because he can, because it's easier, I guess.
Yeah. That's true. Now I'm missing motors and steel pipe. That's fine. And I've just about done as much as I can do. I love this look. I love this look a lot. See that?
A lot of machines.
Yep. Lots of machines.
Cap One Eye says, I tried the whole 5x power thing. It was a slog of power plants and underclocking a ton of machines. Too much of a grind.
Yeah, the 5x power thing really. We tried to increase the power. In fact, I've got a build that I haven't finished yet, Robert. You've got the first part of the video for it.
Yep.
I hope I haven't aged too much since the last part I made. In other words, it was a long time ago.
That was a little bit ago. Slam Wow says, for me, cheating is leaving my game on overnight to rack up tickets. I wanted to unlock more building materials before constructing my modular tier 3 mega factory to carry me into the higher tiers.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. You could call that cheating, I suppose.
I don't know what you mean by I suppose. It sounds like pretty straightforward to me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Nah, I'm just...
Okay, that's not...
Marcus says, I thought the key to 5x power was underclocking to reduce power usage, but increasing the overall amount of machines producing parts.
Interesting. So what did I do over here that's not right?
That does certainly help.
2, 2, 2.
Forsake says, hi.
Hi. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so why is it not coming out the same over here? What have I done wrong? One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, what am I doing wrong?
I don't know.
They're lined up. Means there
Uh-huh.
should be the same number of machines in this row as this row.
Okay.
And I was able to do the first 2 machines here. Did I just do the first 2 machines wrong? First 2 machines. Yeah. 1, 2. Oh, that's all it is. Okay.
Crisis averted.
Yes. Things are all wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not thinking right.
Well,
Okay, there we go.
Cap One Eye says the factory sizes at 5x power are massive. Blueprints come into play a lot more.
Yeah, I bet they would.
Unless you want to grind out manually placing that many machines, he says.
Uh-huh.
Which, you know, given the problems like with this right here, with having to build so many pipes. Yeah. Bryn says, thanks for the stream. It's been a blast, but I gotta get in 5 hours of work.
Yeah.
So best get some sleep.
Yeah, you best do that.
I'm pretty sure that Bryn is down under, right?
I cannot remember.
If I remember correctly, yep.
Thanks for coming.
Pretty late down those parts.
Okay. And here's the daisy chaining. Boom, boom.
Yeah, that challenge, the 5x power challenge, we barely got started. Got the biomass burners running and stuff. But
definitely not one at this point to leave running. Because
no.
part of the challenge that Robert challenged me with is to never let my power go out. In other words, never break a power breaker. Never flip your breaker.
Mm-hmm. And if he did, he'd have to restart. So yeah, making sure you have enough at all times is a huge deal. So yeah. Call sign says, hey Doc, on consoles like Xbox, blueprints are strictly tied to the individual save file they were created in and cannot be manually moved or accessed across saves.
That's a bummer. That is really, really a bummer. Because, you on a PC, of course, you can move them around.
Yeah. Carrie says, I've gotten to not trust blueprints and mostly just hand place. True, it's time consuming in large builds. However, I find I spend less time with troubleshooting random pipe or power issues.
Interesting.
And Cap says, also not sure if y'all know this, But using clean pipes is better for your overall system as they have no moving parts like the regular pipes.
Meaning takes less GPU to generate the data for the view. So yeah, I could see that. I would like to know the net effect of that, but I think that would be hard to determine.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be very hard to specifically. Well, I guess it just would have to be, you have to load up the same file and make the change, you know, and do a bunch of testing. So, but luckily, Coffee Steam does that for us.
Thank goodness, yeah.
Okay. I'd imagine that that's probably a good thing for console players to keep in mind, because they have a lot less ability to fine tune their system, right?
Right, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marcus says, I prefer normal pipes. You can see which content's in the pipe and how much at a glance.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Based on the color of the inside of those rings, you can tell whether it's water or different kinds of fuel and such. And a lot of people then, in order to make up for that, will color code their pipes based on what they have in the pipe. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And yeah, Captain One Eye does color code his pipes for that exact reason.
All right. So he uses the clean pipes and then color codes them. Okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And yeah, Bryn is from Australia, and it's 2:45 a.m. Holy cow.
Yeah. That's staying up late in my book. I mean, if I'm not to bed by 7, 9.
9 is still a chance whether you're going to be in bed or not.
But then again, I get up when it's still morning.
Morning.
Yes, when it's
MOURNING, as in morning, how little sleep you got.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Okay, it's on straight. Man, I wish I had my flex pipe available.
Yeah, Cap One Eye says, my Xbox sucks, so I do what I can to keep my game stable. Last time I tried to do a mega build, I couldn't finish it as my system just can't handle it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is that because of an older Xbox model, or?
And that could be part of it, but it's also just the fact that it's a console, and that's kind of where we're at in the life cycle for consoles, that
they're underpowered a bit?
Yeah. And just this kind of game lends itself to, over time, it needs more and more objects being rendered and more simulations being run, and after a bit it just gets to be too much.
Yeah.
So and 1.2 did help a lot with optimization.
Yeah, I need to go check the MAM here, see if it got a hard drive.
Oh, yeah.
Scanned. Okay, hard drive scan completed. Quartz crystal and steel motor. I don't think so. Let's try again.
Yeah,
aluminum beam and insulated cable. Nope.
Meh.
Neither one. Try again.
And Wolfman, he says it's probably better to have a PC over a console when playing Satisfactory, just because of blueprints.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And Carry Me Please mentioned in notes how much even blueprints have struggled even on PC with multiplayer and stuff. So
yeah. Could you put a timer up for 9 minutes, please?
Sure thing. Carry Me Please notes that aluminum beam means you never need steel anymore.
As long as you're doing something else for the pipe. Yeah, aren't these running yet? Oh, I haven't hooked up the bauxite to these guys yet.
Well, Doc, would you mind terribly if I took a quick break and came back in a few?
Yes, terribly might.
Okay.
I can't do without you, Robert.
Uh-oh. Well, maybe you can answer Crestmeister's question.
Okay.
He says, what other factory games have you played, Doc, or plan to play?
Okay, well, go take your break, and I'll see what I can do to answer his question while you're gone.
Sounds good.
All right. What other factory games have I played? Let's see. I'm going to just get some memory help here. Well, Star Rupture is probably the one that I've enjoyed the most. Star Rupture and... Captain of Industry. Space Engineers. Played a little bit of that. It's got an update queued there. Timberborn. There's another one in here that I'm trying to remember. It's where I would start my kids if they wanted to play a factory game, because it's more cartoonish. And yes, I have Goat Simulator. I have not played it yet. Oh, Dyson Sphere Program, definitely. Doggone it, where is it? I've got one other in here. Mindustry, but I haven't played that yet. What is the name of that one? It'd be a white one. Oh, I love Shapes. Especially Shapes 2. I've played quite a bit of that. Played a bit of Subnautica, but it wasn't... I played it right when Subnautica 2 was released, and it just wasn't much of a game yet. So there's one other one here that I know I've scrolled past it a couple times. You move a robot. You play a robot basically that is on a planet, and you have to continue building. And it's very, very much like Last Caretaker. No, I haven't played that. Oh, what did I do? I don't think I have Last Caretaker. Nope. Iron Lung JKL. Yeah, Librarian is the only one there. Minecraft. Yeah, I've played Minecraft. Played with Redstone a little bit. We have a Minecraft server, in fact, for members to play on, and just haven't been there. What's your review of Dyson Sphere Program? I found it a little bit difficult to constantly have to control the robot around. Having only a third-person view where you're watching the robot from from up above down, I found to be a little bit difficult. So it was more of a, I thought it was interesting. The gameplay was interesting. You do use up your mines. So in that way, it was a little bit different. So Shapes 2 got an update that I hadn't updated yet. Update 1.2. Pretty cool. Let's see. And we got Captain of Industry and Constructed both have an update. So anyway, that's kind of the beat on it. You enjoyed Librarian? Okay. I think I opened it up once, but then I got interrupted and couldn't continue to play. I did not mention Factorio, but yes, I've played enough Factorio to make 3 videos of it. So you'll find those in my library, in my video library on YouTube. So I played a little bit of it. I'm going to have to explore other games because, as Stat says, "What's up, Doc?" Oh gosh. Just playing Satisfactory with everybody. So anyway, I need to hook up the ore to this and get it started so that we can start making some actual stuff. So let's start with that. How many do these take? How much? 60 per minute. 60 goes into 480. 6 goes into 48 8 times. So I can only support 8 machines at a time. So it'll only support 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll only support those. Come on. Okay, so it'll support those first 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4. And there, and then those last 4. So I need 3 lines, and I've got 3 lines coming up from downstairs to support these. I've only got 1 of those lines brought up here so far. So I will go ahead and hook up 1 of them to here and get those first ones running. Okay. I thought I'd connected it. Maybe I didn't. Nope, I didn't. Okay. And, okay. Need to bring it down right to the level of the train tracks here. And actually, I need to bring it just under those. There we go. Okay, so I need to connect that to it. And they are right over here. Dyson Sphere is the top-down view where you control the robot from above. And didn't like that so much. So... didn't like that so much. Okay, so is this the one that's... Okay, come on. Definitely the first 2 and the last one, I believe. I think this is the one. Come on, train. Okay, there's a train coming. Hopefully this is the correct train. Nope, it's the water train. So the water is coming for those for my factory upstairs is coming by train from a pond out there. Ah, MAM research complete. Good. Come on. And the water is full, so it's not going to even come off there. So, and I've got this stupid bird that flies through my factory every time it comes around. Factorio is an interesting game. It's two-dimensional, where, of course, Satisfactory is three-dimensional. So you're playing basically on a game board, and everything is just in the two dimensions, okay? And that's okay. That's the one reason I don't play it as much, because it is only 2K. Okay, there comes a train, and it's not the right one either. Actually, it is the right one. I'm sorry. Now I can figure out which one of these is the right one, and I will sever its cord to the appropriate conveyor, and then I'll delete the sink and start having it empty up to the upstairs. Okay. And put this up not quite to the ceiling. And there's the there is the lift. So I'll put a lift hole right there and attach. Let's not bring that one quite so high. Yeah, about right there. And hopefully, you dirty bird. Okay, fine. I've got to go up to the ceiling with it. There is a mod that allows you to do conveyors that are much longer, and I like that mod, but my manager doesn't. Okay, there we go. Now I need to go outside and connect the lift to that. And I will have 480. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, I'm glad.
How'd things go?
Yeah, they went okay. I kept trying to fill the airwaves.
Yeah.
And doing probably not as good a job on it as you could, but, you know.
I do know how to blabber.
Yeah, you know, yeah, that you do.
Did you read One Metal Fist's comment?
I didn't actually read any comments. I was just talking.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess we'll start with Crestmeister, who he says, I assume you had the same problem with Factorio's Dyson Sphere with the top-down view?
Yeah. Basically, yes.
He says he hasn't played Factorio yet, so.
Okay. And I do need to take a quick break, too. So I'm going to run off and take a quick break, and I'll be right back, okay?
Sure.
So maybe you can try to find some places on the map, huh?
Huh?
Maybe you can try to find places on the map.
Oh, do that game. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you're getting better at it, though, I hear.
I was good when I was playing the game constantly, but...
All right, I'll be right back.
Sure. I'll see if I can pull it up here. Then we'll come back and read One Metal Fist's comment and get the reactions there. So... Actually, you know what? Since I can, I'm going to throw this up on the screen and show you guys a little bit behind the scenes. So when we're talking about, One Metal Fist mentioned AI and the bad parts of AI, and there's tons of those, too many to list. But this is kind of our stream control panel that it's entirely vibe coded. I hate that term, but whatever. That we use for our stream. So I can set timers of the name and the contributor, whoever did it, and I can have the timer appear on the left or the right of the screen. I hit, test from me. I'll put it at 1 minute, and I start the timer, and so then it pops up here at the top of the screen, right? Pretty simple stuff. That's what allows us to do the 10-minute no conveyor stuff. Over here is the ADA section, and I have a bunch of pre-generated ADA lines. Like we used to have this cat in here all the time.
Warning, unauthorized feline detected. Cease interactions with biological life forms that form emotional attachments.
So all of this is being run, as you guys can see here, on a local server. Just a little, our media server we have. Just hosts a little website that allows me to do a control panel, and then I have a different website from that OBS has as an overlay and does those pop-ups. So all those overlays are through OBS. Crestmeister says, I'm a programmer and really happy to see a project like this. Very interesting. Yeah, and for me, it's just like I like building stuff like this. I wanted to be a programmer as a kid. Entire time growing up, wanted to be a programmer. And when I became an adult, I just could never get into it, didn't never have the time or whatever. But this allows me to still have some fun building stuff and building the small tools that I would always have, that I wish I could have, that I can't normally. And I wouldn't be able to do without ChatGPT. So it allows me to do this stuff. And set my pre-generated lines, and I have a, did you enjoy your break, Doc? And that will generate a line. That'll take it 30 seconds to generate, unfortunately, because it has to generate the line using a Microsoft service and then alter it a second time. So it takes a little while to work. And then I can actually push it. So Crestmeister says, if you ever want to get into it, it's never too late. I think today it's very accessible. Highly recommend the free CS50 course on Harvard's YouTube. Yeah, I've actually seen a number of theirs in the past. In college, I did take 3 or 4 programming courses, but that's been forever ago now. A little bit of C++, a little bit of Visual Basic. So, languages change, but the principles stay the same, right? So, anyway, yeah, I have this little overlay. I do have these little video pop-ups. I don't ever use these anymore, but the just little animated, again, AI dolls of Doc that's kind of silly, and haven't done much with it, but it's there. So yeah, I had fun putting this together, and the only thing I haven't done on this yet is plug it into Twitch so we could do automatic redemptions. We used to have that back last year, but our former moderator that helped us put that together, because he did it for programming in his spare time, he went off to college, and unfortunately it broke, and we never got it working again. So, but yeah, super happy with this. The fact that this only took me an afternoon I wasn't even using Claude Code or anything else. This is just ChatGPT work. As soon as ChatGPT work deployed, immediately this immediately was functional. It feels like at this point to me, ChatGPT work sits at that. It's the programming stuff for the normies, more or less, right? Super easy to use. Just give it a folder to reside in, and it can build anything. So, but yeah. Let me see if I can get that. What do I call it? GeoGuessr. There we go. Carrie says Codex has been really great recently. I'd like to try it out at some point. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I've tried Grok Build is pretty good, but Grok Build wants to be a command line interface, which is nice for some things, but that came out and I started working with it. I worked with it for 3 or 4 weeks, and it was pretty good. But then ChatGPT Work came out, and suddenly it just has so many more tools it can use that it's just easier and does better work. So this one is in the rocky desert. I'm pretty sure it's in the little figure-8 lake here. If this would load. Come on now. Oh, hello, puppy. Well, Doc, it doesn't want to load for me, so
It's not loading for you.
yeah, the little map over here, so I can't actually
Can't zoom in, huh?
can't do stuff. So yeah,
So you think that's in the Rocky Desert, huh?
it's in that little figure-8 lake thing. I just don't remember exactly one, so I'm just gonna click in the middle of the map and guess.
Wow, it's loading slow.
Yeah, I ended up
If at
clicking
all.
there, and it was on the shore of the figure-8 lake there. So it's struggling.
Okay.
So,
Well,
anyway.
let's go back to mine then.
Yeah,
Mine-
yeah.
Robert's good at coming up with excuses. He can't play that game, you know?
It's not my fault. I just wouldn't load. So the message I was going to read before you took your break, Doc, was from One Metal Fist, who
Okay.
said, "Doc, I don't know if you're already updated on things, but I know you're usually on top of things, but I also sent it to Robert. For anyone here who streams on Twitch and doesn't know, Twitch added a generative AI training setting. It allows Amazon and Twitch to use channel content for AI training unless you manually turn it off."
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely not.
I don't know that I'd be against that necessarily, but it's kind of sneaky throwing it in without really letting us know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, and it was one of those, hey, look at us. We're being so nice. We're respecting your privacy by telling you that we've done it already.
Yeah, telling you that we've done it already. That's the point.
Appreciate it, man. Crestmeister says, how many days until we get an AI streamer? There already is
us?
one. No. In general.
Okay, in general. Huh?
Yeah. I think they're during the last major election cycle, there was an AI Trump and Biden debate that was raging 24 hours a day, and people in chat could ask questions of either candidate, and it used, it would generate a response and and read it in their voice, and of course it was ridiculous and silly and funny, and they made a ton of money off of it.
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, getting a bot to do Trump's voice is easy. Biden's voice isn't as dynamic, so it doesn't hit it quite as nice, but yeah. It was obviously also done as a parody, right? And as a parody, it worked. Trying to actually just do a real streamer that's actually genuinely entertaining.
It might be a little challenging.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So.
I mean,
my floor is cleaning up really nice.
When it comes to training data, it's like the internet kind of had this idea where that was dominated by fair use. Anybody could throw copyrighted material up on the internet forever, and you could look at it, but you couldn't copy it and disseminate it. And we were always depending on kind of the human level of copying. You can't write a script to automatically download everything or whatever, and nobody really cared because you couldn't do anything with it. Now with AI, you can train tons of data. It's just it's a new thing that
Yes.
isn't covered by current law.
Or thought at the time.
Yeah. And the fact that they did so much scraping before anybody ever knew what was going on. Yeah. Something I didn't find out till like last week, Doc. There was a pretty major product. I think it was Anthropic doing it. But basically they were just going around buying old books. And they were buying the old books, cutting off the spines of the books, and then reading them and digitizing them for their own training purposes, and then throwing the book away.
Interesting.
And these were old, out of print, like rare
What?
books.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, see, I think is way worse than, oh no, it read my blog and incorporated the information from my blog, you know?
Yeah, no kidding.
It wasn't destructive.
But that's destructive.
Yeah.
That's just nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does Exor ask, isn't that illegal? Not sure if you're referring to the taking, scraping content off the internet, or if you're talking about destruction of books. But when it comes to scraping stuff on the internet, legally it's just a gray area, and people have very strong opinions, but generally it's a...
You're putting it out there. It's in the public domain, so therefore...
Well...
yeah, that's what the attitude has been so far.
Yeah, and even if it's entirely copyrighted that could be used for, with fair use, all they're doing is saving random bits of numbers that get minorly weighted based off of reading your information.
Uh-huh.
Is it any worse than Google scraping every blog out there and putting it in a summary on their search page, which is something they did like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, that people hated as well?
Yeah, don't know.
Jekyll, you'll see me as Malevolo or Jean Severine, the moderator of Doc's Discord, if you want to send it to me. Oh, I forgot to do this earlier when you walked in, Doc. I was showing off our new tech.
You were? What new tech is that?
Did you enjoy your break, Doc?
I did. I did enjoy my break.
I was showing off how that worked earlier while you were gone.
Very good.
Mm-hmm. So Duz says, yeah, isn't copying a book illegal?
Not out of print books. No.
Or at least old enough that they're considered public domain.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's still wrong, whether it's illegal or not. One Metal Fist says they're being stupid. You don't need to destroy a book to scan it anymore.
No kidding. I mean, when we have books that we want our church to scan, like the history books that Fresta has written, that Mama Doc has written, we send them to the church. They scan them and return them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just fine. They scan a lot of old documents, and the documents are fine when they're done.
Yep.
So there's just no reason for it.
It was just a whole lot cheaper to take them and chop off their spines.
Yeah, takes less time, yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they did it, They could save time and do it. And it was, when people found out, they were pretty upset.
I'll bet they were.
Yeah.
Well, it was upsetting to me to hear that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, sorry. You and I are both book lovers.
I actually owned a bookstore for a couple of years. Doc and I built it together. Doc did all the software side, I did all the manual labor side, and we had a ton of fun building the bookstore. And it was all used books. We were specifically getting books from places that were basically going to pulp the books if we didn't buy them. And
so we were a
loved
book
doing
rescuer, right?
yeah. And that's why every room of our house has too many bookshelves in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why, unfortunately, we have so many boxes of books that are going to be sent to the thrift store because we just don't have the room anymore. We had quite a substantial library at one point.
I did rescue a number of books that were pretty decently valued too, so I'm happy to hold on to those.
Yeah.
There was I'll tell the story just because I haven't told it in a while. There's a particular author named Elbert Hubbard, not L. Ron Hubbard, Elbert Hubbard. Okay, and he was one of those in the same era as H.P. Lovecraft, where he built his own printing press, and he actually built this little his own little town around his print shop. It was called the Roycroft Shops back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and I got 3 copies of his oldest hand-bound, like held together with a ribbon books from that era, just before printing presses really became a thing. So it was pretty cool. And
in other words, people who probably didn't know what they had were getting rid of them.
And then when he passed away, Doc,
yes,
let's see if you recognize the date, on May 7th, 1915.
May 7th. 1915. Why would I recognize that date?
He wasn't in the United States at the time. He was on a boat.
Oh, really?
He was on the Lusitania.
And he died on the Lusitania?
When it was sunk. So, I mean, super crazy, interesting life story. Even in his death, he could not fail to be interesting.
So no, I wouldn't have recognized that date.
Yeah.
Simply because I didn't know the date that the Lusitania went down.
Yeah. I did just now look it up to get the date. So I'm... Carrie, please ask, have you heard about LLM poisoning?
L&M poisoning?
LLM poisoning. Large language model poisoning. I did hear about some early attempts to poison it using images. I'm not going to describe it super well, so Carrie, if you want to give more detail, that'd be great. But people who are posting their images on public sites that are being scraped for their data, they could take that image and run it through an algorithm which would alter certain pixels in the image in a way that wasn't detectable by the human eye, but would cause worsening hallucinations in the AI itself.
Really? Interesting. Yeah.
In the end, says, I'm more worried about deepfakes, and how it's kind of scary now how anyone can claim any photo or video is AI.
Yeah, that's true.
A number of fairly reputable science fiction writing awards or magazines have had to retract or have retracted an award or a publication declaring that it's AI, and of course the author says, "Oh no, it's not. I handwrote it entirely," but it's just causes problems.
So awards are now being determined not by just how good the book is, but whether they used AI in the making of it. So it's going to be like athletes on steroids. Oh, your record doesn't hold up because you used steroids once upon a time.
I think that's actually a really good comparison.
Even in the non-steroid era where it was totally acceptable.
My general stance is, when ChatGPT 3.5 first came out, and that was kind of the first one that made a huge splash, I immediately said, guys, this looks amazing. It's stuff that we've never seen before, but this is going to be just like really cool visual effects in movies. Right now they look amazing, but in a couple of years it's going to look like trash, and you're going to recognize it really easily. And that's where we're at now, where we all see, we can tell when we're reading something from ChatGPT. It just feels wrong sometimes, even if it doesn't have the M-dash, or it doesn't have the list of 3, or if it's not this, then that. We can still just feel that something's wrong with it, right? That's only going to get better. So don't use it if you don't want people to think you use it. Just,
Yep. Okay, these are going to output each 240 per. These are going to consume each 45 per. Oh, gosh.
First time chat from P. Evil says, I've watched many of your videos, Doc. I'm an admirer and amateur Satisfactory player. Glad to see you're also on Twitch.
Yep. Glad to. Yeah, we do once a week on Twitch and YouTube for a live stream, but we'll do more later. We'll do more later. I'm not going to be forever building a shop. At some point, that shop is going to be done.
We will see.
Not that Robert believes that, but so 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Each of those pipes will do 600. Each of the pipes are doing 480 at this point, because I'm hooking them up to each hook up to 2. So 480 divided by 45.
So carry me, please.
So 10. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, carry me, please. Elaborated more on the LLM poisoning, and this is on the text side instead of image side. He says, as a state actor, you can fill websites and websites with propaganda, and then as more data is consumed, the data then is poisoned to give like a pro statement for that government.
Interesting. Digital information is just, I mean, it's going to get to the point where you're going to wonder if you can trust any news media outlet, because there's so much spoofing going on. Ryan Hall is kind of my favorite weatherman on YouTube, and he has taken to showing at the beginning of his videos a vegetable. And on his website, you can verify that the video was actually released on that day based on the vegetable that he showed, and is documented on his website that that's the vegetable he would show.
That is so silly.
Because he was having deep fakes duplicate him giving the website owner's own take on the weather and not his.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, it's just getting too weird.
Mm-hmm. Oscar's back. Says, "Hey Doc, I know you don't want to try a shooter, first-person shooter games because they're old and because you're old and have a bad wrist. But I did find a turn-based RTS you might like. It's called Menace. You might want to look into it.
It's called what?
Menace.
A turn-based what?
RTS. Real-time strategy game.
Okay. Wouldn't that be kind of like a... Wouldn't that be kind of like the card games that we play, like Slay the Spire?
No, RTS, it's a real-time strategy, so it's closer to like, well, StarCraft is the standard one, but it's Age of Empires
Okay.
type is the closest I think you've played to it.
Okay.
Crestmeister says this kind of discussion is why Futurology is one of my favorite subreddits.
Huh. Futurology, huh?
Mm-hmm. Carrie says, I remember a major tech reviewer had AI make a tech reviewer backdrop, and it was literally his real backdrop with plants and all. Yep.
Huh.
Well, it's just like if you know, I don't know if it does it now anymore, but if you ever ask AI to make a picture of a superhero that wears a suit made out of iron, it's going to give you Iron Man. Right? Because that's what it's trained on.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Man, this is a lot of alumina solution. Man, oh man, it is. Not quite sure how to deal with all of it.
And Lexi says, it's my birthday tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.
Crest says, I'm the real Iron Man
9,
with my pure iron ingot recipe.
10.
Nice. One Metal Fist says, Roku launched a free streaming channel called Fairground AI Creator TV, which is just built around AI-generated content. It's not just one AI sitcom or one experiment. It's a whole channel showing AI-made videos, shows, and weird generated programming from different creators. So the idea of AI creating and broadcasting its own channel is already starting to happen on real streaming platforms.
Interesting.
And generally, I bet you that thing is not making money at all.
Why? Why do you think it wouldn't make money?
So first, there's a huge incentive to be the first mover, right? Massive first mover advantage, which means it's going to be made long before it's good enough to be made. Second, I have invested a significant amount of time trying to build systems using AI that will generate content. And I can confidently say it's just not there yet. I've seen some very impressive tech demos. I've seen some very impressive stuff that people have made yet, but it's the kind of stuff that looks really good for the first half hour, and then after that you're like, okay. You know, looks really good on the surface, plenty good enough to fool a guy in a suit with a bunch of money, right?
Oh dear.
And I say
there,
that I say that not to insult them, but to say they have the money but not the expertise, and they're looking for a good place to spend it to make them more money, right? And so you can easily, if you know more than somebody like that, you can easily dupe them.
Interesting.
Lexi says, so are you ready for Anna 117 Hippodrome DLC on August 20th?
Today? No, 2 days from now. More DLC content. Wow. I paid for it all, so I should go get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Okrama says, so you're saying you can dupe the doc? No, never.
Never dupe the doc. Okay. Well, this is going to be a crazy manifold. This is just going to end up being a crazy, crazy manifold. And I think I'm going to enjoy building it.
One Metal Fist says, I watched some of the shows, and honestly, it's some of the worst stuff I've ever seen. Feels like they take shows you already know and mash them together with other shows. The quality is terrible. Sometimes you can literally see a character suddenly having 4 or 5 or 6 fingers. It's like the creators don't even notice what their own characters look like.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of that kind of junk. Where you've seen AI generated material. Like there was a 4th of July parade, and Mom was enjoying the heck out of it. And I go, I can't watch this anymore. It's all AI generated. And she said, what? Why would it be AI generated? You know?
Because you're watching it.
No, it's not AI generated because we're watching it. It is AI generated, and she was not noticing that it was AI generated.
Sure.
Okay.
Why would they AI generate it? Because they know that they can
fool some of the people all the time, and
yeah,
all the people some of the time. Yep.
Yep.
System notice, Liquid Logistics have been deemed too efficient. To maintain viewer satisfaction, all pipe placement systems are now offline. Duration is 10 minutes. Please enjoy this opportunity to contemplate your dependency on basic infrastructure.
The disappointment is so real.
Yeah. It is so real. Yes. When I'm totally dependent on the next things being pipes. Yes. It is so real.
No pipes for 10 minutes. If people says content cannot be copyrighted, so I don't know how it could be monetized.
It can be monetized as long as somebody doesn't create a copyright strike against it. So somebody would have to bring a legitimate objection to the content that was portrayed on a copyright basis, which on YouTube means you just throw out a copyright strike and see if it sticks.
Yeah. And YouTube has been taking some steps to remove AI slop from YouTube. They're not doing a great job, but you know, the Reddit reads for hours on end channels have mostly died. You know, they've been able to stamp out some of it. Leo the Lion is here. Says, how much bauxite are we turning today, Doc?
How much bauxite are we what?
Turning into aluminum today.
480 times 3, about 15,000 per minute.
That's a little
bauxite. Bit. Yeah. Yeah, it is a bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a legal case to be made that AI can't be copyrighted.
Right.
I don't, number one, I don't think you can draw a line anywhere that says that this is AI, this is not AI. I don't think there's any legal case you can make. I mean, people can write new laws, of course. If you want to write a new law, you can make anything illegal. But I don't think that will ever pass in a major way. So.
Yeah, because a lot of AI is not 100% AI generated. Somebody came up with a prompt. And it could be said in court that, hey, I came up with a prompt. It wasn't AI coming up with it 100%. I told it what to come up with, and it built what I told it to.
Yeah, so. But even farther than that, can you copyright software?
Yeah.
Can you copyright the output from software?
Of course not. No.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can. Why not? You can own a machine. You can own what comes out of a machine, right? People use computers to write things all the time, and they own that thing that they've created.
Yeah.
I don't see how it's any different with AI, unfortunately. So. One Metal Fist says there's already rules around this. AI can't just be used to copy something that's too close to real copyrighted material. There's a red line if the content's too similar to something that already exists. The creator can still get sued.
Yep.
And it's not the AI's fault. The AI is just the tool. The responsibility falls on the person or company using it to create and publish their content.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a old law in the U.S. about a phone book, or a case law about a phone book. Let me look up the actual results so I can give it to accurately. Okay, that was a 1991 case. By the way, I'm using AI to look up this case, so, you know. One telephone service publishes a telephone book using their subscribers' names, towns, and telephone numbers. Okay? Somebody else wanted to make a telephone book, and the first company wouldn't license their numbers. They wouldn't give it to them, so they just copied it. Okay? The first company even put some fake people with fake addresses, fake phone numbers in their phone books, so they knew if somebody copied it. Okay?
Okay.
And they did copy it. Okay? And they copied it, including the fake names and fake numbers.
Right. Okay.
But the company that copied it still won.
How?
The Supreme Court held unanimously that facts themselves cannot be copyrighted. Names, addresses, towns, and telephone numbers are facts. They did not create those facts just because they collected them and put them in a certain order. A compilation can still be copyrighted, but only when its selection or arrangement contains at least a minimal degree of originality.
A minimal degree of originality. 4 more minutes.
Yep. So simply listing information alphabetically is not enough to be copyrightable. Okay. So the way I'm comparing it here is just saying copyright law is a little bit more complex, at least, and we're talking here in the US, right? Is more complex than just I wrote it, therefore I own it.
Right. Okay.
But Chroma says basically the phone numbers and addresses are public info similar to license plates. Yep.
Yep.
And you can't copyright purely factual information. Yep. So.
Okay, so
Jekyll says you need to watch or listen to the latest episode of the Hacked podcast. It's with an interview with the developer of Blowfish. He says that on that video or podcast that the AI cannot hold a copyright. It's more of who owns that dog.
who owns that dog?
I don't quite understand that comment.
As a reference?
Oh, it says the AI cannot hold a copyright. Okay. Yeah, if you can explain a little bit more, I think I understand, but. And yeah, I did also watch a video fairly recently where a guy during the video built his own LLM and had it function.
Built his own what?
Large language model. Okay.
Okay.
He built his own AI chatbot and showed the results of it. And when you look under the hood, you know, you look at the weights of the model, which there's a lot of debate about making weights public and stuff on models. It's just lists of numbers. And those lists of numbers manipulate how words relate to each other. And if you have those lists of numbers, you can make your model do what theirs do. Right? And so I have a hard time looking at lists of numbers and saying, yes, they stole this content. They made that they looked at your website and they stole your content, or they looked at your picture and they stole that content. I'm like, what did I steal? Look. And it's just lists of numbers. There's no string of numbers that matches what you have. There's no string of numbers that matches anything. It's just lists. And so, I don't know. I have a hard time, despite what my instinct is, saying that AI is stealing work when it copies it.
Yeah.
Harm Conan says, good day, Duck. Robert in chat.
Good day. 53 seconds.
And then you can get back to work, right?
Yes. Then I can get back to actually connecting these things. I've got a massive problem.
Uh-oh. Is Doc being problematic?
He is. I've got machines here that are getting rid of 105 water per minute.
Okay.
I don't want to recycle the water. Why is this? What? I need petroleum coke?
Uh-oh. Were you doing just straight coal earlier?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I'm not making petroleum coke.
Oh, no.
You know, when you look at the picture, you don't see whether it's petroleum coke or coal because they look the same.
Yeah.
And so I was completely under the wrong understanding of that recipe.
Mm-hmm. One Metal Fist says, but Robert, everything is numbers. If you break the world down into tiny pieces, you really look at it, everything becomes small numbers in the end. It's not just words or ideas. That's what people don't understand. It can be the number of atoms in something, the amount of hormones, the amount of fat, any physical or scientific measurement. Reality can be described through numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Notice, conveyor privileges suspended. Viewer analysis reveals high amusement in your inefficient transport methods. Conveyor belt construction has been disabled for 10 minutes. Please consider alternative, less effective solutions.
Jekyll says, sorry,
Your
Doc, no
struggle is
belts
being
for you.
Closely monitored and deeply appreciated.
The humor has been deep. What happened to the Fix-It Entertainment Bureau?
What? The bureau that has never existed?
I thought one of the Ada voices referred to the Entertainment Bureau as being the reason why they did this to me.
It's entirely possible. I'm the Sexy Man says, I think you mentioned this earlier, but what's the mod that allows you to put the junction right on the machine?
It's called Snap-on. Snap-on. All one word.
One Metal Fist, I think my response would be, it's not just that everything, it's all numbers. What I'm saying is, it's not a sequence of numbers that says these ones match that image, because like everything digital is numbers. That's an easy to read number because it's a number we created, right? But there's no extractable list of numbers that equals that image, right? You can't take an image out of ChatGPT and say, aha, that is the Mona Lisa. That doesn't exist, right? What you do have is you have a black box full of sets of numbers that are impossibly long, billions of parameters now, that there is no set of numbers that is identifiable as anything in particular at all. That does not exist anymore. And so trying to declare this is where you stole it because this is where it is, you know, let me show you what you stole and where you put it, that doesn't exist, right? So that's more the thought, if that makes sense. Bulldog says Snap-on just got an update today too, just made it compatible with last week's patch.
Oh, okay.
That's helpful. Infinite Elevators also has an update, Doc, by the way.
Okay.
I had to downgrade it to be able to join the server and kill you. You're welcome, and you know, just letting you know.
No fewer than 31 trillion puppies and kittens have likely been harmed by this lack of productivity. Return to work.
Okay. Thank you.
Chrome says, "Get back to work, Doc." Like it's Doc's fault that he hasn't been working this entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, not my fault at all.
Cap One Eye says, "Well, this has been an interesting stream."
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So Jekyll followed up his dog comment. He says, "I'm probably going to butcher this, but the who owns that dog is like, if a dog defecates on your lawn, is it the dog to blame or is it the owner? It's the owner because they didn't watch the dog or pick up after it. With AI, it's like you said, somebody was driving it. It's not autonomous. It was asked to do something. I think of it as a company. If a company hires 100 developers, the company owns the output of the requested task, not the developer who wrote it. AI is the developer in this case."
Yep. You're responsible for the output. That's going to be the driving force. If you get sued for copyright or whatever infringement, it's simply going to be, you know, you had the output, therefore you're responsible for what you output. So it's going to be 10 instead of 11. And that's what I had is 10. So I'm going to slim it down to 9.
So one Chroma says, "Hopefully I get to go home today."
Oh, really?
Last
Why
I
was
heard,
that in doubt?
Chroma was. Is this because you've been working for the last several days, or is this because of the trip you took? I guess I don't want to just throw all the details out there publicly. But Cap One Eye says, "I've taken an ambulance ride. Now I'm sitting in the ER, hooked to machines awaiting test results. I may have had a heart attack."
Oh.
Probably because he was watching your spaghetti, Doc. I hope you take
3,
out.
4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
Okay. Chroma did go to the hospital to get a CT scan the other day, so apparently he's still there. That's as much of the detail as I have. So sounds like we got a pair of people. Who are being taken care of at the moment.
Okay, well, all restrictions are lifted. Therefore,
oh, not that is the house. Okay. I'm like,
that is the house.
No. Remember the he said he had a couple inches of mud in his house.
Uh-huh.
So he's finally done with that. Good.
Good.
I'm glad
to hear that.
Haven't done the CT. Okay. We have a first-time chat from Feels Goodman. He says, "Yo, I saw a lot of your TikTok shorts. You're a master in this game."
Thank you.
How'd you like being a master, Doc?
I'm the master. Yes.
And somewhere deep inside, Doc's saying, I'm not a master, I'm a doctor. I've got a doctorate, not just a master's.
I'm not saying that one little bit. Man, my editor loves to put words in my mouth. You should see the videos he edits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, come on, Rick. But you engage brain. Well, what? 1250?
Yep. Sorry, Doc. You did want to get just only half the factory done during the stream today, right?
No.
No.
I wanted to get more done. Thank you. But that's okay. I can live with the fact that I got this much done. I just have to be able to drag 3 more pipes through here somehow. Through this space right here.
Could be tight squeeze.
3 more pipes. That might be a little bit of a tight squeeze, yes. Might be a little bit of spaghetti clipping that I can just hide in the next stream.
Just finish it without anybody seeing it, right?
Right. I'll just finish without anybody seeing. That works. So let's start getting this one done.
Brodiac Studios says, yeah, Doc, just came across your content. Your fuel generator setup you displayed is perfect. I'm enjoying the peaceful stream.
All right. Thank you.
Bacon says, I will know. I can sense spaghetti.
Yes, he can. He's a master of spaghetti, so I would expect him to be able to sense it when it is present. Good. Oh, I did the wrong kind of pipes.
Burrito says, I have to admit, I've been watching your videos for a while now. Just realized I wasn't subbed after seeing you live here. Thanks for all the content you provide. It's been very helpful.
Very good. Appreciate that. Okay. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's number 9.
Bacon says, there's levels to spaghetti. At some point, you'll have built so much spaghetti it blocks out the sun. And that's the sign of a good spaghetti chef.
Okay.
In the end, says, I gotta agree with Feels Good. Not only are you good at the game, but your shorts come off as calm. And it doesn't make me feel like I'm not good at the game. I would have guessed that you were an educator.
I am. I don't say this a whole lot, but I still do teach at Lindenwood University. I've taught at Lindenwood for 15 years. I did it as an after-hours instructor teaching adults in the classroom while I worked at Boeing in the St. Louis area. And then COVID hit, and then I built all the courses I was teaching in class. I built them to be taught online, and I've continued teaching those while I was online. When I was first hired at Boeing, I was hired as an instructor to teach them about ancient history stuff called Exchange and Schedule Plus. So Exchange was the desktop email and Schedule Plus was the scheduling client. Then they eventually combined them, called them Outlook, and called Exchange the server client for the email in Outlook. So yeah, it's been a long road, and I've enjoyed it, that's for sure. So all right, does this mean I really have to go back to the office?
Yeah, it's kind of that time, isn't it? Brodiac says, yes, your tutorials allow the player, me in the moment, to understand what I'm trying to do, and there's no judgment on what progress we have made or where you should or should be doing.
Exactly. The game is totally flexible to be played any way that you want to play it, so there's yeah, no harm, no shame in not knowing, and I'm a nice soft person there waiting to teach you more. So
it's a game after all, you know?
It is a game after all.
We're all just having fun.
Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and go back. Oh, I'm already back to the office.
I just put you there.
All right, before I noticed it up there. And so when it says Doc University over there, we really mean it. We've got a lot of long form videos there that teach how to do a particular item that takes a longer time than just the shorts. So if you like the shorts, those Doc University ones will be more of a how-to on doing the whole process. So hope those help too. Remember Ping Players. Ping Players is the server that we use, and we've got more videos coming out in September to show off the playing expertise of 4 players, 2 of which were in our last video, and 2 more added on to show how creative and how great that they are as well. It'll be a little bit longer series. Hopefully it'll be 4 videos showing off their work and the things that they would do on their way to phase 5. So a great series coming up in September there. We've got all the video in the can for almost 2 videos, right? Just a little bit more for video 2. And so we're excited about that one too. So that's coming up, and then we'll be doing something in September and having another group effort on that Ping Player server in September while we're creating the series in October. So that series, by the way, that server is available for anybody who wants to play on it, that is a member in YouTube or a subscriber in Twitch. Even those Prime subscribers that use their Prime membership to come online, just hook your Twitch or YouTube account that you become a member or subscriber on, and attach it to your Discord, and then join our Discord, and it'll give you the member privileges, and you can get the information to get into the particular servers, both a Minecraft server and a Satisfactory server, whichever you like to play the most, and there'll be other people on there having fun too. So all right, I think that's it for this week. So until next Tuesday, we'll be online next Tuesday again, and I think once September hits, we'll be online more than just the 1 day a week. We'll announce that when the time comes, and we'll see everybody then. Until then, see you later. Bye-bye.